and I have a tinted moisturizer.
Yeah.
Like that's what you put. Like a tinted moisturizer is somehow going to make you not see a bruise on the face. And
Right.
what was the bullshit about? In my experience, bruises on the face heal faster than on the arms. Have you ever been punched in the face?
No, she never has.
Have you ever walked into a kitchen cabinet?
Yeah, those black eyes do not go away. You'll have that damn thing for a week and a half.
Down the hairline, and I'm like, this is a man who you've testified has punched you across a room, and he can't put a bruise on you. Like I could put bruises all over.
Like from inside the courtroom, Runkle made this point about that one series of pictures. He said it looks like she slept. Like she slept on something solid. Like she put her hand underneath her cheek and slept on it, and that's what gave it that red mark. And then I had made the same comment, or I made a comment on my little cheat sheet, and I had said, did she just smack herself in the face a little bit just to redden up the cheek? Like that's what it looked like. I don't understand any of this.
I got a question for you. Were you resting your cheek on your hand because you're a little red on the right side?
No, I plugged him.
I was, man, that line last night was a fucking crazy.
You guys were there since like 9 p.m., right?
9:30. So Runkle and I went to go check it out, just to check it out, see what it was like. And we see people that are lined up, and we're like, that's a shitload of people. And I was like, Runkle, get the hell out of the truck. Like, get out of the truck. I'm going to go back and get our suits. You get out of the truck. I then proceed to drive 80 miles an hour back to my house, 80 miles an hour back to the courthouse, hop the curb, park next to the court TV van, and sprint across the lawn, and end up being number 81 in line when they let 100 in.
God, that was crazy. Yeah, I saw the chatter going on, and it's like, get down here.
It was. I've never seen anything like it. But then DUI guy goes on, starts streaming, and people from his chat start sending us food.
Oh, that was nice. That's a bro move right there.
That was pretty sweet. Yeah.
So I've got a meeting coming up. I thought I'd just stop in and see what's going on. See you later.
Oh, what's up, Ron? See you later. Okay, so is there anything specific that has really stood out to you from this testimony today?
The age. Everyone had said that these jurors were young.
Yeah.
They're young. They are young. It surprised all three of us how young they are. And they are young. It surprised all three of us how young they are. Easy to read. And they are young. It surprised all three of us how young they are. Easy to read. And they are young. It surprised all three of us how young they are. Easy to read. And they are young. It surprised all three of us how young they are. Easy to read. And they are young. At them.
Okay.
When they do not believe her story, they look down, and then she finds the young man in the middle and the bottom. The gallery isn't buying anything that she's saying, except for I think there's one row of her supporters behind us. Yeah, I don't know. This is wild.
How there was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. One of the
jurors that was wearing a mask.
Oh, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. Got it.
Yeah. So one male juror is wearing a mask. Three of us are easy to read. And one. And the gallery isn't buying anything that she's saying, except for I think there's one row of her supporters behind us.
You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got sick.
Yeah,
like the guy who's got the runny nose. Because he might just
there was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye?
Runny nose. One of the jurors that was wearing a mask did not believe somebody.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. Got it. What do you think was the best thing that happened for Amber?
One male juror is wearing a mask. Three of us are easy to read.
I can tell you what do you think?
And the gallery isn't buying anything that she's saying, except for her supporters behind us.
I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got sick. The guy who's got the runny nose showed some of because he might just.
There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye?
Runny nose. Was wearing a mask. I mean, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID.
Got it.
What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask. Three of us are easy to read.
Sympathetic to her. I'll tell you what.
What do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean,
I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose.
Showed some of
because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose.
I
mean, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask. Three of us are easy to read.
Sympathetic to her. I'll tell you what.
What do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. I mean, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her.
I'll tell you what do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. I mean, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her.
I'll tell you what do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. I mean, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her.
I'll tell you what do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. I mean, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her.
I'll tell you what do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. I mean, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her.
I'll tell you what do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose. I mean, okay. They wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her. I'll tell you what do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
Sure. I mean, I don't. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? I mean, okay. They wore a mask, so they got COVID. What do you think was the best thing?
One male juror is wearing a mask.
Sympathetic to her. What do you think?
Tell me where the gallery isn't buying anything of what you say.
I mean, you gotta wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got the guy who's got the runny nose. Showed some of because he might. There was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? I mean,
Well, really to exalt, but none of this involves me. I saw someone in the comment asking, who got the worst divorce, Andrew Brank or Johnny Depp? And I don't know. I think it's in terms of absolute dollars. Obviously, he's got the worst of it. In terms of what it cost to escape that marriage, in terms of percent of total assets, I might have taken the worst hit.
I mean, Johnny at least is getting his pound of flesh back.
I don't know. I think
that's
in
true.
Terms of absolute dollars.
What did you think? This drove me fucking nuts. All those pictures of the apartment, and I think it was a big mistake to have Amber say we found out the police are coming, so we took pictures. Like that was what did you like to me that instant credibility loss right there. I think they should have just skimmed that issue. And I think it was a big mistake to have Amber say we found out the police are coming, so we took pictures. Like that was like to me that instant credibility loss right there.
These are photographs of quote-unquote massive damage. No, someone knocked over a wine glass and took a picture of the police are coming, so we took.
Where was the Magnum champagne bottle that he threw and shattered? Where was the photo?
Instead, you get one that's kind of knocked over. That looks like it maybe had a few drips of wine come out of it.
Yeah, that was crazy to me. I'm like,
but the other thing about that one was we all kind of were looking at the jury, and it was like they were checked out. They didn't care. These photos they gave zero shits about.
Well, and I mean, it's hard to ever question like whether you should give credit to a jury or not. It might be a little premature, but like if you give credit to the jury, they all heard the cops, went through that apartment, didn't see any signs of abuse or violence, looked at all those pictures on their deposition, which Elaine was happy to point. I don't think she should have pointed that out.
And I agree with you. That was so dumb because it sets Camille up to walk through and say, the officer, and I wrote down in my notes, you mean consistent with crying? Like looks consistent with crying? Looks consistent with crying? Like it just, it opens that door for that testimony to come right back in.
And you were here for the officer deposition playing, right? Yes, I was. And you remember the officer saying that he looked at that photo and didn't find it consistent with an abuse victim, right? Yes. And she can't say anything else after that. Like that's the question. That's the answer. I mean, they took these pictures that would potentially be some decent evidence. Again, at least a factual basis for someone to infer abuse, and they undercut them. They hamstrung themselves. Evidence.
Oh, again, I got something for you to look up when you're bored or when you're chatting.
At least a factual basis for someone to infer abuse, and they undercut them. They hamstrung themselves on Twitter.
I got something. Yeah, people were trying to cut the line and do everything else.
A factual basis for someone to infer abuse, and they undercut
two new Twitter accounts were created, like Justice
on
for
Twitter.
The Line. Yeah, people were trying to cut the line. There were two Karens, and DUI guy just kept his camera pointed at for the entire 3 hours. It just kept on calling him Karens over and over again. It's some funny shit.
I'm seeing tons of their pictures.
Yep, it blew up Twitter.
Oh, here, real quick. Let me share this one because this one's really good. Tons of their pictures. Look at the two people trying to cut in line. Let me share this. If you should be able to see it on your phone. Oh, here, real quick. Let me share this one. Here you go. Because this one's really good. Look at the two people trying to cut in line. Hey, what's up, DUI guy? How you doing, buddy? Oh, here, real quick.
Great, man. Is that one of the memes?
Yeah,
these are the two Karens from the line that you had earlier. Hey, what's up, DUI guy? How you doing, buddy?
It was crazy. The line went ruthless on that, and then
these are the two Karens from the line.
Weird,
that you had
like when I'm walking up the line.
DUI guy? How you doing, buddy?
The line went ruthless. This is a real thing, and Justice for the Line became trending, and when I'm walking up the line, crazy.
Oh, you know everybody in that line.
This is a real thing.
Everybody in the line today, especially, has watched all of everybody in that your guys' videos. They've seen the coverage throughout the week. Like they spent their week doing.
You could tell when I ran back to the truck, changed our seats, and started walking back up throughout the week. Like
they spent their week doing.
You could tell when line was clapping. Like, go
bring a cape. You should have brought a cape.
I should have. Instead, I just brought a tie.
You should have brought a bunch of little shims and handed them out. And like, here's some lumber for you. You should have brought a bunch of little shims and handed them out.
Wow.
Here's some
then
lumber.
DUI guy ordered like 30 pizzas for the entire.
You should have brought a bunch of little shims and handed them out.
Wow.
Oh, that's
fantastic.
Oh man, sounds like you guys are at least having fun after a really long night.
This is ridiculous. It's hilarious.
Oh man, sounds like you guys are at least having fun.
Oh, go
after
ahead.
A really long night.
Runkle was passing out towards lunch, so I got to read him at some point.
Sounds like you guys are at least having fun. Did you guys get a chance to go? Like I heard they handed out numbers. And then you'd have like a couple hours before they got there. Was that true, or did they hand out numbers right before the?
Then you'd have like a couple hours. There was some lady who was kind of true, or did they hand out numbers right before the? Numbers on people's wrists. There was some lady who was kind of. And then the sheriff's office, some Karen called the sheriff's office and said that we were congregating and that we were throwing insults at them, and they wanted people to come over and stop us. And they made us walk off property, throwing insults at them just across the street. People to come over and stop. And then waited until 1 o'clock. Well, that was the opportunity a lot of people chose to try and cut the line, which then resulted in the rest of the line mercilessly shaming them on Twitter. Try and cut the line.
So wait, I just have to ask: when at 1 o'clock, when everybody got the chance to go, did all of the men sprint and beat all of the women back to the line? Everybody got the chance to go. Did all of the men sprint and beat all of the women back to the line?
Those deputies, they're not hired to do this shit.
No,
they were out there and there was like 15 of them, and they were like, there will be zero running. We'll walk. They will go in this direction. 15 of them, and
so was it all like a weird Monty Python walk as fast as you could back
kind of, and then I started yelling because
so was it all like a weird Monty Python walk as fast as you could back
kind of, and then I started yelling because
it's all like a weird Monty Python walk as fast as
and I had 3 bottles of wine in my bag with me.
Oh, it's fantastic. You guys are on an all-night bender of wine. You show up in court. You guys are on an all-night bender. You show up in court every time. You show up in court. You guys are on an all-night bender. How was when? So we heard right when they arrived, Sky News played the arrival of both parties. Right when they arrived, what was the sentiment when each one arrived? I mean, when Johnny Depp came, it was roaring cheers on the stream. When Johnny Depp came, it was
we couldn't hear from where we were. What was really funny is when people observed as well. So the judge will take a recess. We all stand, the jury walks out, and then the judge walks off the bench, and then everyone's judge will take a recess. They haven't left the courtroom. And I'm looking around, going like, "You guys realize we can leave now, right?" And they're waiting for Johnny Depp to turn around and wave. That's what they're waiting for, right?
Yeah.
And once he turns around and waves, they all wave back, and then they leave the courtroom. That's what they're waiting for. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Once he turns around and waves.
Have you slid into? Wait, are you married, Rob?
No.
Have you slid into the Court TV chicks DMs yet?
No.
Have you slid into? You're gonna try and get an interview with her? You should. Yeah, it'd be great. You're gonna try and get an interview with her? You should. She's there today. I saw her walk in. She's like the most attractive person in the gallery. I can't remember. She's there today. I saw her walk in. She's like the most attractive person in the gallery. I haven't seen her view of the trial at all. I haven't watched her coverage. I just see her in the gallery. I haven't seen her view of the trial at all. I haven't watched her coverage. I just see her in the gallery. Yeah.
Andrew, make the track. Gallery's like,
I just see her in the gallery.
Oh, I'm happily married.
Yeah.
Andrew, make the track.
He just does eye candy.
Oh, I'm happily married.
Yeah. Well, that's you're gonna get a mix. It's almost like, look, I've been I've been fortunate. You're gonna get a mix. It's almost like. Look, I saw a thing. He's definitely dating Camille Vasquez, according to some articles. So that's. I saw a thing. He's definitely dating Camille Vasquez, according to some articles. So that's, yeah, Camille Vasquez. No, I'm kidding.
Nick, don't break my heart.
Yeah, Camille Vasquez. No, I'm kidding. No, it's funny because in my time as a YouTuber, I've been fortunate enough to be invited to a bunch of anime conventions to talk about because I did a lot of talk in the anime industry in a Me Too event there. And so because of that, like I look at that gallery and I go, I know these people. These are convention people. They're just in court. I look at like it's very funny to me. I know these people. Seeing these are convention people. They're just in court. I look at like it's very funny. Yeah, and you get. I'm waiting for more cosplay. I think on like one of the last days there was a chick in the gallery and she was like dressed up in almost a Jack Sparrow cosplay, like close as you could get without getting thrown out of court. She had like the puffy sleeved blouse thing on. Without getting thrown out of court. She looks like she had like a puffy sleeved blouse thing on. Without getting thrown out of court.
Anyways, I'm gonna hop in because I gotta get a granola bar in my mouth or something. I'm starving and eat. Anyways, I'm gonna hop in and pass out.
Yeah, get that thing in your mouth as fast as possible. Yeah, get that thing in your mouth.
Like zero sleep and
All right, brother. Well, thank you for checking in, man. It's really appreciated. Have fun. We'll see you in the gallery.
Yep, nice chat with you guys.
All right, peace.
Well, as always, Rob brings the wood.
Oh man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I think I got some allergy thing going on. It's so I'm a little hoarse, but I'm not really sick. Everything's great.
Yeah, you sound a little bit fuzzy, but you're back from the land of death and destruction, right? Well, at least of wallets
from Disney. Yeah, my money didn't make it back, but I made it back. Everything's great.
How was it for you?
So
you're back from the land of death and destruction.
I mean, we had some good food, so it turns out there's good food at Disney. Like everything in life, it just takes money. So it was expensive, but it was good. But you know, it's you're there with two little kids every day. It's hiking 10 miles in 90-degree heat. I'm 57 years old. I mean, there's other ways I'd rather spend my time. But the kids love it. The wife loves it. And these are the kind of sacrifices we make for us. You're there with two little kids every day. It's hiking 10 miles.
Well, I'm glad to have you back on stream, man. Today has been kind of a roller coaster of testimony. We're in, I think it's day 4 of Amber's testimony. And is it day 4, chat, or day 3? Today has been kind of a roller coaster of her testimony. I can't remember.
Now, is today the first day across?
Of Amber's testimony. Well, we'll see. We haven't gotten across yet. Day 3. They had a 1-week break for a judicial conference for the judge. The really interesting part of this, and I don't know, have you ever seen this? Where the judge tells they had a 1-week break for a judicial conference for the judge. The party witness, the really interesting that they cannot confer with their attorney. Really interesting. That's been
it's not even clear to me how you'd prevent that. I mean, how did that come up? The judge just decided to say
the judge has said that for every recess, for like the short breaks, that when the witness is on the stand, the party witness, Johnny and Amber, are on the stand, that they're not allowed to confer with their attorneys about their testimony. And then for the week-long break, I mean, Johnny had some overnight breaks, but Amber had a week-long break, and she tells her, Johnny had some overnight. I mean, I think she clearly violated that order of the judge. But 2, I don't know that the judge has the power to make that order. I've never heard of that. I mean, I think she clearly violated
it seems to me fundamentally contrary to due process. I mean, you have a right to consult with your attorney.
I've never heard of that. Yeah. So it's a weird one for me. So chat, I'm unbiased on this thing. I think well, I don't know how the judge would enforce that anyway, because that'd all be privileged communication. That like you're not gonna get in evidence that they talked to their attorney over the break about their testimony, and I think that was wrong for both parties personally. That's maybe it's an archaic.
I was kind of, I'm not really following the trial like the rest of the law tubers, but I was definitely interested in her cross. I was afraid I was missing that today, but apparently it hasn't started yet. So that would be good. I do have, I don't know if you know who John Lott is, the economist.
Yeah, from Chicago, or from University of Chicago at least.
Right. I have an interview with him I just tried to do one actually at 11, and for some reason we had a StreamYard gave me an infinite echo thing going on, so I had to cut it off. That's why I'm here now. But at the top of the hour, I got to duck out and try to interview him again on Zoom this time.
Yeah, absolutely. John,
but then I'll plan to pop back in, and I'd like to see the cross. I mean, that should be pretty entertaining.
Oh, it's gonna be a train wreck in a good way. It's gonna be. I have a feeling Camille Vasquez is just like, she is putting on the glove and she's looking at the lube and she's going, nah, I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going to give her that courtesy.
Just comes right out with the plunger.
She's just ready to go. Man, so what are you interviewing? I mean, I can infer the obvious general subject that you're interviewing John Lott about, but anything specific?
Yeah, it's prompted, of course, by this Buffalo shooting. And, you know, every
Right.
time this happens, the usual characters come out and scream for, you know, gun control, gun violence control. And it's all nonsense. And of course, I feel it's nonsense just from fundamental civil rights first principles, Second Amendment law, plus
Right.
the fact that simply as a practical matter, gun laws don't stop bad people from doing bad things. But I don't claim any particular expertise on that subject. And obviously, John Lott has that expertise. So I asked him if he'd do an interview for my community so he could, you know, provide people with a more economics, data-driven foundation for understanding why these calls for gun control are insensible.
Is that going to go up on your channel then?
It will. I tried to do it live, but we had this echo thing. So I'm going to do it as a Zoom, and then I'll take the recording of it and post it up.
Okay. So guys, if you want to watch that, if you're interested in the gun control debate and questions, and you want to see two guys who are, you know, Mr. Branca is not a gun law expert, but he is a self-defense law expert. One of the preeminent self-defense law experts in the country. I don't know the names of any others. And, and
as far as I know, I'm the only one.
And John Lott, who is a walking encyclopedia of gun statistics, who has been studying this in depth for what, 25 years? I think
probably
now?
longer.
He's one of the guys who has written most of the most persuasive papers. I think he's been cited in many amicus briefs to the Supreme Court on gun control. He is a University of Chicago economist who has done some very extensive studies on gun violence and gun usage in this country. Go check that out. You can click on Andrew, Law of Self-Defense, in the description. It'll take you right to the channel and allow you to subscribe and look for that video. Also, Rob, Law and Lumber. He doesn't have the fancy tag name for Law and Lumber yet. YouTube hasn't updated because his channel had a meteoric rise. So that hasn't there, but his, you can click on the hyperlink to Law and Lumber, which is in the description as well. And that'll take you to Rob's channel. You should definitely check out his commentary and analysis and streaming of the line. These guys, Branca, they got there at 9:30 p.m. last night.
just, I mean,
insanity.
More power to them. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's great.
It's an experience they'll remember for the rest of their lives, for sure.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's very fantastic. What was I going to ask you? Oh yeah. Okay. Just briefly on the John Lott thing, because it's interesting to me. Do you know of like a counter argument expert with any sort of qualification or resume that John Lott has? Is there somebody out there?
No, I mean, you have these, you know, gun control organizations, the Brady Group and similar organizations, but their quote unquote research is nonsense. I mean, it's just cherry picked, emotionally driven rhetoric. It's not actually based in any kind of disciplined social science. And that, like most gun control people, they're never arguing out of good faith. I mean, they're not looking to actually understand the problem. They have a political agenda. They're well funded by Soros type groups. And this is how they make their living, is by propagating, propaganda, anti-gun propaganda. And it makes, listen, we have a violence problem in America. It's not a gun problem. It's a violence problem.
Yes.
Something ought to be done about that. But the same people calling for gun control are releasing criminals from prison, are not prosecuting people for violent crimes, or are releasing people without bail. I mean, you want to stop violent people, you have to secure them from the general population. And as long as you don't do that, frankly, I couldn't care less if there were no guns. I mean, they'd just be using knives and bats.
Can you ask John one question for me? Maybe
Sure.
if it works into the conversation, can you ask him if there's been a study on the breakdown on of gang-related violence versus non-gang-related violence as it comes to gun crime? Because I think that's a huge disparity in the United States. And I've seen some statistics bandied about as much as 80 to 85% of gun crime being somehow gang-related. I'd be curious to see if he has data on that, because that would be very, very interesting to me.
I'll ask him. I don't know if anybody collects that data in a sufficiently robust way to allow for that analysis. I can tell you we do, of course, collect the data, geographically. And if you remove 6 cities, 8 cities from your study of gun violence in America, America as a nation then has the gun violence of Sweden. I mean, so it's highly localized.
If you move it's like New Orleans, Detroit, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Chicago, and I think it's either it's like Houston or it might even be like St. Louis. Like if you remove those 6 cities, you have almost
there is no gun violence.
Yeah, you have all the traditional like first world country gun violence, and then you have these specific cities which are hotbeds of just horrific gun activity.
Yeah, dozens of people shot dead every weekend, and we just pretend it doesn't happen because we don't see it in the news. And I hate the phrase gun violence because guns don't commit acts of violence. I mean, this is people violence. They just happen to use guns to commit it.
My guns do. I have put the brains of my dead victims into the guns, and now they're very violent. But I take their bullets away, so they just yell verbal abuse at me.
But, like emotional appeals work. I mean, look how they work during the pandemic. All these bullshit shutdowns and masking and keeping kids out of school and wearing masks on planes. I mean, this was all utter nonsense. There was no scientific support for any of this, but we've emotionally traumatized half the country into believing they were facing a death virus, and actual policy was enacted to that effect. The same could happen with people's gun rights. So these arguments for gun control are inane, but that doesn't mean they won't be implemented.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to watch how they approach this. Of course, coming into the 2022 election, we're going to see a lot of the very controversial policies. The Supreme Court's given us a preview gift of Roe versus Wade being one of the most controversial things because, again, before the chat screams at me and leaves, no matter what you think about the Roe versus Wade decision that is pending, if Roe versus Wade is removed, expect a competing case to come to the Supreme Court very, very quickly with the exact same outcome arguments that abortion is a fundamental right, but with a completely different legal approach, because that is actually the ruling of Roe versus Wade.
Right.
Like I will sensationalize it all over the place because I find it very funny how much people are screaming about it. But right now, let me give you the no sensational view of this. The court has merely ruled that the path in which they found a right to abortion is not a correct constitutional path. That does not mean that all of those paths are foreclosed, and we will see a lot of fights over this over the years to come.
Yeah, I mean, the Roe decision is just a bad decision. It's just bad legal reasoning. Been. I mean, forget the merits of the argument on either side. It's just bad law. But certainly they might well be able to get to the same effective conclusion by a different route.
Yeah, and so we're going to see that. We're going to see gun violence. I mean, we had, I think, 2 or 3 mass shootings. Actually, the Buffalo one got the most press, but I think there was one in Houston, one in California as well. That we're gonna see a lot of discussion around that coming up in the United States as we get closer and closer to November. These are going to be some of the hot button issues. So I love that you're interviewing John Lott. I would love to talk to him at some time. He seems like a fascinating guy.
Yeah, I've known him. So he just got back to me, actually. So I should be. Now, this won't be a live thing. We're doing it on Zoom. So I'll have to put the recording up on YouTube and the Law of Self-Defense site. So no reason for anyone to leave Nick's show.
Never leave.
Never leave.
Stuck here.
But I'll be ducking out at the top of the hour to do that interview with him. Yeah, I've known him forever. I mean, I had his book, More Guns, Less Crime, when it first came out decades ago. And then just because we happen to run into the same circles, we've known each other for a few decades now. I've been happy to plug every book he's ever done since. I think he does absolutely fantastic work.
Well, while we still have some break left, I'm going to read some more super chats to try and address questions. Some of them may be specific, some of them may be general. If there's anything you want to chime in on, please do. No Casual Fox says, I feel like they watched Nate the lawyer's video on why he doesn't believe her and is trying to discredit the police, nurses, everyone who said I didn't see anything. I agree. I don't know if it was Nate's video, but I would say that Amber's team has watched basically everything, especially the shorter content that has come out. Andrew, would you agree or disagree that if you were lead counsel on a case right now, especially one with significant financial resources behind it, like an Amber Heard Johnny Depp case, would you have people watching basically any social media coverage? And I think I would focus particularly on lawyers doing commentary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's like free insight because you have a lot of good lawyers like you folks here and throughout law to providing, these are experienced attorneys who are smart, who are very capable of providing legitimate insight. They're not just loons like in the chat here.
Chat on life support.
And if nothing else, it gives you a different perspective from informed people, because often you get so, when you're in the trial, it's very easy to get a very locked in mindset. You're seeing what you're seeing, but you've got blinders on to everything else. And you may not see that your argument is not the most compelling argument that could possibly be made, or that you're making mistakes that you don't need to be making if only they're brought to your attention. It would be ideal, of course, if the lawyers themselves could do it, but you can't simultaneously be arguing in court and being on social media. So absent that, having a team of, qualified, competent people who can do that watching for you, filter it, and get back to you what matters would be, I would consider it malpractice to not do that, assuming you have the resources to do it.
Yeah, I agree. John says, you throw a phone like a Frisbee, not a pancake. You should see a clear line from the edge of the phone, not speaking from experience. I think he might have just whipped it. Like if he threw it again, guys, if you take these things weigh 1.3, 1.4 pounds. They're like, this one's magnesium and glass. If I take this and whip this at you, it's like throwing a rock.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been hit by a rock, like a 1-inch rock, that weighs half of what this weighs. You do that, you throw that at someone and hit them, you're going to cut or severely bruise them. I mean, unless it's just a little like toss, but I mean, she's talking about whipping a phone at her face and it hitting her in the cheek or the eye or the brow. Like this would, I can't imagine it not causing severe bruising and even a potential laceration of some sort. It's crazy to me. I've been hit in the head with a rock as a kid, and it was fucking terrible. I can't imagine getting hit by a phone would be much better.
And if we're talking about Johnny Depp having thrown the phone, I wouldn't presume he would throw it in any particular way, especially not any particularly manly way. Have you seen how he runs?
Yeah, it's true. Let's see. Here we go. Lancelot, 652. That's not a phone injury on a pale woman like her. It's a tiny bit pink. Who knows what that is? We know what it is. She clearly, and I don't know if they've got a dermatologist to testify to this or anything like that. She has a skin condition. She's a fair-skinned woman who has testified that she has to wear sunscreen when she goes outside. You can imagine she has some sort of rosacea or something else going on, specifically going to impact her cheeks every single day, all the time, if she's not wearing a decent amount of makeup. I mean, I don't care how quote unquote naturally beautiful you are. We've seen the pictures of her without makeup at all. And at best, you've got rosacea. At worst, I mean, she looks like a train. She looks like she has a giant pimple on her face when she goes to get her DVRO. Just Me says, I slipped and just fell down on a tile floor, bruised my ribs, and as the bruises on my fat padded body would the U.S. supply of Amica cream supply of Amica cream to cover up. Seems bruises from a fist to my face is going to be harder to hide. Yeah, and a lot of you in the chat, I can't respond to everything. Obviously, there's almost 30,000 of you in here, which is insane. But a lot of you in the chat have pointed out that she misstated the order of operations for applying a bruise concealing makeup formula. Your contour and contrast colors have to go on apparently under your foundation. I'm taking y'all's word for it. I don't know. I'm not a makeup expert. But yeah, it actually makes sense that the contour and contrast colors would go on under the foundation, because the foundation is there to smooth things out into a level sort of experience. You wouldn't want to put foundation on and then try and contrast over it. That doesn't make any sort of sense at all. So I'm going to agree with you just from my limited knowledge of makeup in theater, which is again, very small, but I've seen lots of people who I trust and gotten some direct messages from people who I know our domestic abuse people, survivors, that is, who have had to put that makeup on, that her testimony is complete bullshit. Fluffy Cakes Lives says, when you're hit in the face, you don't need to search for a bruise. It's easy to see. Oh, here we go. Court's coming back.
Yes. What do we have?
Let me keep reading these. And again, I will try to get through all of these today. If I can't, because we've got extended court time, I will read them tonight on my 11 p.m. live show. By the way, I do 11 p.m. live shows, whether or not there's a trial, every weekday. They are spicy. They are fun. They are full of all sorts of crass and crude jokes and interesting stories. Come hang out for that. If you don't like crass and crude jokes, don't come. Don't come. You'll be offended, and that's fine. But if you want to come be offended, come do that. It's fun. That's where life is, right? Being offended. Not a party loyalist says she wanted to protect him, but showed officers pictures of her injuries. If injuries were true, the officers would have taken their own pictures for evidence. Fake it till you make it, I guess. I want a minor correction here. The officers were shown the pictures during their depositions. They were not shown those pictures at the time of the arrest. All of the response. All of the pictures, interestingly, were taken sometime around the police showing up. And my favorite is, well, we knew the police were coming, so we took pictures. You just go ahead and just chop the legs out from under your credibility, if you would, please. Lancelot 652. So at this time, he's best you more than can count. He's beat you more than you can count. Graped you with a bottle, choked you on the bed, choked you on the train, threw a phone at you. You're still there and wanting to protect him.
Ready for the jury?
Apparently. Tiger Cop says, have been DV investigator and sex crime investigator. Testimony is not in line with a typical victim. Picture doesn't show abuse. Story changes. Victims fear testifying. Don't pose for photos. Yeah. There's a lot going wrong. And again, she undermined her own testimony when she said, on advice of my domestic relations counsel, I went and filed the domestic restraining order and took all these pictures. I mean, that sounds like in California, you're trying to get a leg up in your divorce. That's what it sounds like to like 95% of people who are listening.
Oh, she's got the Star Wars officer look going.
Yes, she is.
This is a fully operational vagina.
Oh yes, Andrew, my favorite testimony, you missed this, was when Johnny Depp was allegedly beating her and saying, you think you're a man, you're tough like a man, and to prove it, he grabs her vagina.
All right, your next question.
So
I'd like to move the admission of defendants exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
Yeah. All right, 155.
it's not the actual makeup that she used. She testified. I would have objected.
There. We had pictures.
All right. Thank you. All right. 155 in evidence.
By the way, if you guys, again, if you like the stream, go ahead and click that like button. It really helps us out on YouTube, and it doesn't cost you anything except
one of those little cement mixers they use at construction sites.
Depp exhibit number 357B is in boy, plaintiff's exhibit. And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:50.
Why not B as in booze? D as in domestic violence.
All right. Is that in evidence
B
yet?
as in beat her hard.
Okay. So was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was.
Magnum pipe.
Okay, 357B. Any objection to 357B?
C is in called her a cunt.
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B.
Mary Kay's coming out with a new makeup line called Mary Kapow.
The class is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say I approve, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me. any fucking
it just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if we go, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand.
This is why you don't have conversations like this, folks. This is why you have lawyers.
Well, no, I call my lawyers and I say, why aren't we negotiating? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just, but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
I would never advise my celebrity client to take a gag
Do you
order
remember
on a divorce.
when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign.
Objection, Your Honor.
There's no smear campaign.
Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again.
Still no foundation.
That I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends is what he said. And that he'd ruin my career.
Shit on his bed.
And he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me in a position where he was calling me a liar and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well paid, very sophisticated PR.
This is the reverse of what happened.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit. That's plaintiff's exhibit 357C.
His statements that you were a liar were consistent from the very beginning? Oh, okay. Thank you.
To 16:30. Remove the admission.
Colon.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable,
literally,
to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
a secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, witnessing text message to Kevin, him
her facial expression says this doesn't sound as credible as she thought it would sound.
Me in your life, it is insanely cross corroborated, and it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. That
has happened
this, imaginary life run
infinity times.
You understand? The pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip. I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I thought that will be in for the morning every day.
But Depp knows he didn't punch her in the face.
See, I can hear it. I don't know how. I'm icing it. I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this.
Why would you play this?
It will be criminal as well, because I shot on Friday and filed without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't had that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor comes, and
nice career you have here, Johnny. Be a shame if anything happened to it.
The problem is, hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that this is just it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, I would never do that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
I used to have conversations like this on the phone with my ex-wife, and I would literally put the phone on the counter and go make a sandwich and come back, and she'd still be talking.
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove
you were threatening
what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then.
No tears coming.
And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good. Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, a picture from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know I was surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much.
Oh God, Camilla.
That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Still can't cry.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp exhibit?
Neil has one earbud in. She's listening to Barry White music, getting herself geared up for this crowd.
That is 17:25 to 17:37.
She testified to her own character for truthfulness.
Remove the admission,
She's going to get ripped apart on cross. Everything I've ever said is true, she said. Everything prior to today.
Baby.
And today.
Baby.
Gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to plaintiff's exhibit 357?
What was the point of that last audio clip?
And this is 21:47 to 22:37.
It's all about
I can't figure why they'd play any
I'm
of
going to
them.
move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357.
All of them so far have not made her look good.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone at my safe, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's to a fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And
To a fault.
when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't
about being a victim.
want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
Sweetheart, you need to actually cry.
I'm going to ask to bring up plaintiff's exhibit, Depp exhibit 357.
Cover the eyes
F
because
as
you
in
can't get a
Frank,
tear out.
24:04 to
No cocaine today?
48. And
She
move the
always sounds
admission.
mad
Any objection?
or looks
No objection.
mad rather than crying.
357F.
She doesn't look sad. She looks
I
angry.
planned it from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth.
I presume there's not 1 second of tape that has Johnny saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, I hit you, baby."
They're hurting Johnny by this because every time that they call me a liar.
There's tape of her apologizing for hitting him.
These text messages actually happened, or that your security guard, who, by the way, was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
What are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life this way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in.
After the next break, she'll come back with little tears tattooed on the side of her eye.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so she can testify to what Johnny said to her. She can't testify to what the guard said back to her. That's hearsay. Of course, it's not on the recording that Johnny said, my guards will testify to whatever I say because they're my guards. It's all very convenient for her to do this.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G, plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28.
Keep trying to sniff up those tears. She got her weird pink lemonade stuff refilled. It's just vodka and red wine mixed.
A little bit of Johnny's blood from the finger incident.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Cynthia, the chat is on slow mode. There's 30,000 people. That's what happens.
See it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
Because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that again. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
That's not an abuser talking right there.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What if any intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like
Objection, Your Honor.
Attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Oh, did he?
Okay. Please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped.
You
from
would go to court
commercial
for
opportunities.
Because it'd be a
People were
violation.
turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media campaign
calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that. All right.
Again,
next question.
All of this would be a violation of the TRO. You wouldn't have to break it.
We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have.
Oh yeah.
I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed. It would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained. Go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
You didn't.
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money.
Then why'd you ask for it?
And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on. By doing so that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it.
And what about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. It's my understanding that's how you pay these large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too.
Then why are you testifying?
And then I did another donation to each in 2018, and then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
No.
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations
That
to
may
the
have been tax
ACLU
fraud.
and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019.
So?
And I have
You're
spent
gonna win,
over
right?
$6 million.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
This is a motion in limine.
Shit.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
That part was supposed to come in. Whoa. Here she is. I've spent over $6 million being sued. Can't testify to that until damages if you win. Here we go. Brian Mrazinski says, I'm Fire EMS. After seeing the photos of Penthouse 5, that doesn't look like someone had a fit of rage smashing things so far. 9 out of 10 times there are holes in the wall and furniture overturned. Brian Bank, thank you for the donation. Your message was retracted. Arno09, objection, hearsay. She may actually live like this. We have no proof otherwise. Very possible. Gethralkin, she keeps saying the pics were shown to the officers. Seems she's trying to imply the officers saw these on scene. They were talking about the officers during the deposition. Shri, thank you for joining. Welcome to Lawyer Status. Game Guy 151. I turned 27 today. I hope I can get to see some cross as a present. Again, if it were me running her team, you would not get to cross today. I would not let you get to cross after a 1 week break on the same day. I would make you wait a whole day. I know it's a sacrifice of their time. They have like 22 hours left or whatever, and this would eat up, 7.5 of those hours. I think it's worth it to eat it up. Frankly, I don't know that the other her other witnesses are going to be any better, but if they get on cross today, it's going to be a fucking sledgehammer. So Jeff K, why is the song playing in my head? The one Adam Sandler sang about his ex Linda in Wedding Singer. And I haven't even been listening to The Cure a lot. The Smitty Jeff says, hey, Nick, first super chat here. How would perjury work in this case? Get perjury out of your head immediately. Does it work the same as in a criminal case? Yeah, as in it doesn't work. What would it take to prove that she had committed perjury and lied on the stand? Perjury is always a criminal case. Perjury is a criminal charge. And if you want to, she will not be charged with perjury, even if she very blatantly lies on the stand. It's not going to happen. Perjury charges really just don't typically happen unless you have the state as a party. Then, because then the DA is more, invested in going after it. But a lot of people have talked about she will likely has committed perjury several times during her testimony. They will not prosecute it. They just don't do it, especially for civil matters. They're not going to go after perjury for people. Maybe they should, but they just don't. I know one of the criminal elements of perjury that makes it really difficult is perjury requires actual intent to commit a crime, an intent to lie for the purposes of criminal gain. That's one of the big hurdles to perjury.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
Yes, of course you could.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I definitely will.
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges.
Of course I will do it.
I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
Oh my goodness.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU?
That wasn't overruled, Robert Morgan. That was
There
sustained.
are none. They understand.
Okay. Now let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted.
And yes, Australia is pursuing perjury charges against her. That's a completely different system. I can't talk to about the U.S. That's way different.
I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm, Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
None. It's an obvious bullshit
That
statement.
was everything to me. That was
made in settlement.
That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought
He signed
it would mean
his
something.
name.
He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you.
But you made the statements to the
We can take
Washington
this down,
Post
Michelle,
after that.
and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your
And it's
career
also an
evolved
obvious
after
bullshit
the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
Which you were not supposed to talk about, but you did anyway.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
How did you find?
Tell the jury
was it by a
what
massive
Justice
public
League was and
campaign
what
of
your
smearing
role
Johnny
was in
Depp?
that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be in Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film.
That's not hard to do.
By its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around
the ambassadorship that Elon bought
women's
you?
issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time. Quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What
You
were
literally
you trying to
did.
accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform.
It's going to get
Title IX being one of them. And there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues. And I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation.
I love how
I had something to say about
what she faced was her career continuing
Were you
in
trying
his
to boost
ending.
your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an
but the
op-ed in
publication
Washington
is
Post.
aided by
I'll
the
put it that
motion
way.
picture.
But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with
Objection
Aquaman?
leading.
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems.
I didn't want to be here.
For talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about
You didn't say people, you said women.
these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
In 100% of these instances, the woman ends up successful when they say that the guy has more power.
Who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Did you win?
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer.
I took all of it.
Okay.
Oh, well, if that's how it works, lawyers would be much
if
happier.
If we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Oh, he's my lawyer. I listened to everything he said. Oh, fuck off.
Now, this is the online
Every lawyer in the chat
version
died
of the
inside.
op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
Did you retweet
When
it and
did
then
you
testify to
first
sexual
become
violence?
aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
You tweeted it.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Oh, I hope they have that tweet or Instagram post or whatever where she literally just
already been admitted into
shares
evidence.
that
Yes.
exact headline.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
Why?
I did.
You
I had
didn't
the
write it.
newspaper framed.
Okay.
Someone
And
else
now I'm
wrote
going
it.
to ask you to turn to,
Oh my
and Michelle,
God.
can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3?
I'm going to frame someone else's work pretty soon. Look at how proud I am of this.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence. You
If we
publish.
could publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And can you explain to the jury
There it
what a
is.
tweet is
There's
for
the
those
tweet.
who are not as social media oriented?
Tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay.
I think
And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in
you
the tweet?
testified you've never seen the title until
You
today.
don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Oh, can't put me on
And
cross.
at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do
No,
not.
I don't
I
remember
don't.
noticing
I
it
don't
at
think I
all.
even realized it.
Have
Very
you
convenient.
ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
None of this
Now,
matters,
I'm going
by
to
the way.
ask you, let's go back to number 2, plaintiff's 2. And
You
I'm
could have
going
said,
to
I don't agree
go-
with the title.
I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And
Including
I'm going
the
to
title.
direct your attention specifically, and if we can load this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
That was true.
True.
I felt the full force. That's
What,
why I
if
kept my
any,
entire career.
thing did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of
You said you didn't want to
vitriol
speak out,
from the
by the way.
media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Objection.
Yes,
leading.
because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again.
There you go, Michelle.
Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'd almost let her go
What,
on
if
that.
anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis.
This is such bad
and
testimony from her. I can't explain it
the
yet.
fact that
I
that
will.
wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny.
No, and everybody else.
It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
Is it ironic? It's not really ironic.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something.
USA
about
Today thought it was
electronics
about
and
Johnny
transparency.
immediately.
You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
May we approach?
Sure. It's highly improper because she didn't turn over the metadata. She hasn't turned over all of the photos. They've had motions in limine about this, and they're going to try and bolster her testimony and her willingness to be cooperative, even though it's not in front of the jury how uncooperative she's been, because it would be prejudicial. It's prejudicial in the other way to allow her to testify to this. That's what the objection is here. We're going to move on from that, I'm guessing.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
See what happened there?
And it's based on 3 statements that
no way
Mr.
pull that
Mr. Adam
in.
Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have?
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time.
Yeah, I hope you guys followed that. So real briefly, they know she has not cooperated in discovery. They've probably made concessions in discovery. They've had pretrial motions on this, and they've come to resolutions on it. For them to come in and bolster, well, how cooperative have you been? Oh, I've been fully cooperative. I've been so cooperative. Everything you've seen is great. Everything you've seen is all the evidence, would be really prejudicial in favor of Amber Heard. You can't do that shit. And Elaine knows it. Cubus SC7 says she shows what a strong, empowered woman is all about, to cry and whine at any opportunity, even while in total safety, like the trial. Yet she would be the first to declare women are superior and deserve more power. I mean, the big problem is this. I never wanted it to be about Johnny. I never wanted any of this, except you did. And let me briefly address, I said how bad her testimony was for her from a legal perspective. So part of their theory that they've been running with is that all of the stuff from 2016 up to the op-ed was what caused the damage. but she's testifying over and over that they were ready to keep Johnny going. They were going to keep Johnny on. They were going to ruin her, keep Johnny, ruin her, keep Johnny, until the op-ed. She's literally taken her argument and undercut it and said, no, it actually was about the op-ed. This is where the damage came from. I could not have foreseen making that kind of fucking blunder. That is such stupid testimony. But the whole way their trial has been going, and their primary argument on their strongest claim that this isn't a defamatory statement in the article, that this doesn't qualify as defamation, they've just made the argument on damages that the damages came from that article and nothing prior. They nailed it. If I were trying to do this as Johnny's attorney, I would be happy to have elicited the testimony that they elicited. Wait, so you mean that before your op-ed, they were gonna shit can you and prop up Johnny Depp, and only after your op-ed, that's when they decided to get rid of him and keep you around? Oh, well, thank you. We really needed that. Oh my God. Like, that is so, again, for the jury, I don't know how much it matters. For the legal case, which is going to come up on appeal, and that's where this really matters. Her testimony right there on appeal says, we've established damages directly linking to these statements, not to prior statements from the defendant. I mean,
okay, we're going to start
amazing
by bringing up defendants 1245.
Amazing. You couldn't
evidence, no
pay
objection,
to get that
1245
testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs.
Yes.
They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
Yes,
Do
that's
you see
true.
that?
It's in the fucking headline of the article.
Is this a true
Her
or
friends
false
in the
statement?
media.
False. And why is it false?
Well,
your friends at the Washington Post wrote the headline. You just testified to it.
To use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this.
That's not
just what
actually
I've
the
lived
statement.
through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I hadn't.
No, but your friends in the
I have
media
been
sure
protective
did.
of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever.
Also because it was fake. But
Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world.
No,
as remarkable as that is,
Washington
I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer,
Which
not
is
only
bullshit,
uses
by
that
the way.
against me, but says it's a hoax.
Should never be able to testify with protection
Thank you.
unless maybe
Now
you're
I'm
a
going
child.
to ask if we can bring up, and it's going
And
to be
that's a maybe.
1246A. And I think I'm moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said,
What?
quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick.
That's
He
true.
told dailymail.com. And let's keep going.
That's a mix of truth and opinion. They set him up as an opinion. And we know that Io called the cops. She tested.
So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
It's false.
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Why didn't you just say it's false?
Every part of it is false.
Couldn't be more false.
I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police?
I don't know.
Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't.
Tons of fact checking online, and you can't.
I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. And so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny.
This unhinged
I refused
testimony
to
does
cooperate
not
with
look
the police,
good.
like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist.
You said you called a domestic relations order
to get me.
You did have an attorney.
Who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep.
You look like a
for
fucking
nearly
liar.
5 years.
Oh, it's all to protect Johnny. That's why you get a
doors.
Domestic violence restraining order against John to protect
Things
Johnny.
are not what it looked like.
This comes across so uncredible.
Take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please. And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
I mean, just terrible. Like, again,
and Amber, this
she's
is
going
another
so
daily
far,
mail
too
online.
far.
This is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
It's true.
False.
And why is it false?
Because
it's shown to be very true
unfortunately,
so far.
All of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some time.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Can we strike all the editorializing of
Because
get away with and
Johnny and I
smear
lived
campaigns?
this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet
you can't.
It wasn't.
Where
it
is it?
won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, this is
That's fine.
crazy.
So I'm going to take you now
sound like an
to
unhinged
the
idiot.
damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputation.
Objection, that's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Move to
You
strike.
need an expert.
Counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
You got to have an expert. You can't just come out, oh, tell us about your damages. She doesn't know. She has no idea. You gotta you notice how Johnny had an entertainment lawyer and an accountant as experts onto how much damage he received. That's why you can't just get up there and say, well, I was damaged. I received some damage. She's doing
from the record. We'll disregard that question. All right.
Yes, you will.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
Elaine's getting wrecked and she knows it. These are the problem that they have to make this case, and they have to do it through experts, not through Amber Heard. This should be an indication that they had problems getting experts for this.
So we'll move forward to my other question here.
Yeah, we'll just
how were
we'll
you
just
please
go
tell the
past
jury
that question.
how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020?
Objection,
April
lack of
8th was the
foundation.
first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Can she?
It took hard work.
Judge gave her that.
It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it, to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
It literally is.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time, the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended
Objection,
what I
this
had
is still
shot.
hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor.
She
Still
can
hearsay.
testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for
Amber's getting
L'Oreal
frustrated with the
before
objections,
these
talking
articles?
through them.
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
Objection leading.
No.
Were you with the Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was the Stand, correct?
Yes, the
Objection
TV series
leading.
that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity
Objection leading.
for the Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were you-
was.
Were you actively involved in the
Objection
publicity
leading.
after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already started
objected to
Aquaman
all
1,
those.
right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to.
I'd keep rattling the cage.
Michelle,
on this
can
one.
you bring
Elaine
up Defendant's Exhibit
Elaine is
1258?
not happy with the objections. Neither is Amber. Keep going with them.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, Alejandro Hernandez. The interesting part about the courthouse is they have an underground side entrance for high-profile people, even as far as to coordinate an entrance in advance, yet they decide to leave through the main entrance. Matthew Self, Amber Heard, I have to wear this makeup because sun burns. Also, Amber Heard, I wasn't wearing a lick of makeup outside the courthouse. Big problems. Cameron Mason, pinkish purple like a bruise is the color of the makeup. Did anyone else catch that color admission? Oh, her makeup testimony is all just bullshit. If you don't realize, like this testimony is going very poorly for her. Look at her. Look at the jury trying to get a read on them. She can't. She can't get the read she wants. She's not smiling when she looks at them. She's looking back at them. She knows how bad it's going. Sin of the End, what she just showed everyone is the Bruise Meron kit used on sets a lot. The Bruise kit, right? Beth, the necklaces are different in her abuse photos. Same day, different necklaces. I need a mega pint after this today. Big Raj, I see Amber's going for the dictator look. Nissy Pissy says the thing she says about bruises is correct. Bruises on your face tend to heal quicker than your body. My expertise being a soccer hooligan. I thought she said, I didn't think she said they healed faster. I thought she said they were easier to conceal on your body or something like that. Walter Deadman, unlisted, unbreaded. Well, I have some unlisted videos that are waiting release, but again, you can't release them all at the same time. So that's that. This testimony has been absolute disaster so far. Keith Gray says, what the fuck? She really needs something.
Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option.
Okay, she said face
I
bruise,
signed
heal
on
faster. Okay, I didn't remember
to do
that.
Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6.
Put the contract in front of us. Show it.
So what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
1 million.
Okay. And then was there also box office bonuses opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay, and what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, well, let's pull up 1262.
Okay.
And this is dated as of April 25, 2018.
L'Oreal dropped her because
correct?
abused women
That's
don't wash
correct.
their hair.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And
Not that it
then I'm going
matters,
to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see.
So wait, you were damaged because they
Yes, they
extended
did.
your contract?
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
You're supposed to be testifying to how
I
you're
have only been
damaged.
able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is as of November 15, 2021. This is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option
Okay, they're
term under
showing how
paragraph
she
1,
was
it's an
extended
extension of 20 months.
until-
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done 1 in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay.
Oh,
Now,
why? Were you bad at it?
Let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C.
I forgot I was on mute. It wasn't important.
200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Objection leading.
Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
She earned more from her divorce than
I
her
shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March.
I've never even heard of Guatemala.
I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If
sorry.
you can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch.
What evidence do you have? That
And
it
what,
was
if any,
because of
leverage did
this?
you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
Why not?
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
There's no plausible reason why she couldn't renegotiate her contract.
All right. Amber, I'm going to
You
ask
can
you
renegotiate
to
a contract that you're
describe
in
to this
and
jury
actively participating
the
in.
emotional
You can always renegotiate a
impact
contract.
on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive. Lack of
Objection,
foundation.
no foundation.
And hearsay.
Responsive, Your Honor. She gets to give her
Where are
cause.
the tweets?
Well, her
What is-
emotional, the question was, your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day.
Close your
I
eyes.
am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at
Like
times,
with your framed fucking domestic
embarrassing,
violence
intimate
article?
details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims.
You framed the
over
article.
and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived
I just get back
are
up on
used
Cross.
against me every
you
day.
framed the fucking article, didn't you?
Over and over again. It's
that was
torture.
bullshit, wasn't it?
I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me.
That's why
I'm making statements like this. He won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that.
So unfair to sue me for lying.
I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no.
You actually could have settled
All
this
right.
out. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay.
Cross is coming. Oh, baby. You couldn't drag it out, Elaine. You had 2.5 hours. Half hours lunch. You couldn't do 2 more hours of this shit. Have her cry some. Why would you do this?
Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25. Okay.
No,
thank you.
you should. You could have. Oh my gosh. Like, look, even if you're not going to go the 2 hours, go an hour and a half, hamstring them. Oh man. I just want him to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I can move on with my life. That's why I wrote an op-ed about it. That's why I have a publicist team. I just want to move on. Oh, God. It's going to be a disaster. I can't wait for Cross. I can't wait for Cross. It's going to be the meanest thing. I'm hoping Camille will bring an axe to chop the bitch. Oh, my goodness. Cross is not going to finish today, I'm guessing. We're going to have at least a day of this. Cross is coming. Des Volt. Okay. What do you guys think about this thing? Look at that. We got a weird little banner down there. Maybe it should go up top. On the bottom. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Woo! Up top. Top. No bottoms in the chat. One bottom in the chat. Couple tops. I can maybe do it both way. We'll do it. We'll do it up top for now. Little Rakeita Law up there. Locals Twitter. Look at all the tops. Man, a lot of tops. Couple bottoms. Okay, let me read a couple of these. I got to go to the bathroom really bad. Let me read a couple super chats. I'll run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Ron White, Nick, if it's obvious that the lawyers had discussions and prep over the break, why doesn't the judge question it also? Great coverage and play-by-play. Thank you. Again, I don't know. Like, I don't find that to be a lawful order that the judge can even make. I don't know how you'd get into it. I don't know what is going, like, I don't know how any of that would come about. I don't even know how you could even reasonably request that as a judge. Loser in a suit. Nick, you've disappeared from my sub list and your icon said you weren't streaming, so I thought you got nuked. YouTube usually never does this with your channel on my end. Oh my gosh. By the way, the suppression is real today. My clip videos are doing absolute junk on views. They're struggling against the algorithm, but man, they are dead. They're dead in the water, and I can't imagine, like, they're not particularly worse than any other clip video I've done. So don't know what's up with that. We've got a couple more videos that are in the hopper. We do have the Law and Lumber. I've got a short one and a long one on that Law and Lumber of Rob coming on and talking about some stuff. So those will be going up later, later this evening or early tomorrow. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see. Corpus Delecti says, Rackets, tell Rob to make sure they go to Ald Shabin for lunch. It's right across the street from the courthouse. Also, would love to grab drinks with the guys while they're in Virginia. I live 20 miles away from Fairfax. You could try message all three of them, see what happens. Julio Chavez, hey, wanted to try again with our Give, Send, Go. Was unable last time to share the link. Marcella medical bills. For anyone that can help or a share or prayer helps too. Thank you, Nick, for all you do, man. So that's on Give, Send, Go. Marcella medical bills is the page if you feel like checking that out and maybe throwing a couple bucks their way. Lots of people are in some rough estate these days, and you know, any little bit helps. So Marcella medical bills on Give, Send, Go. Debbie O, please ask Rob. Someone said a juror left at lunch crying. True. No, he said the jurors can't really leave. But a juror did get a tissue. That tissue was for a runny nose under a mask, which makes me think that the juror, I don't know if they've been wearing a mask every day, but they got sick over the week or a little sniffle, and they want to probably protect others as much as possible. That seems like what would happen there. Next, we've got Fluffy Cakes Lives says the eye touching is a way of play acting tears, but she's not producing them, so that's a big mess for her. Stephen Littleton, welcome to Lawyer Status. Jason Gould, an acting teacher said she's clearly trying to play a character she doesn't understand. That's why she can't do the emotions, like crying. Maybe she might also not know how to do human emotions at all. And I think that may, in fact, be the case. I think she's with her diagnoses from Dr. Mommy. Ms. Micmac says, Nick, you really need to watch videos by Incredibly Average. Their reason Tug started to investigate Amber. Incredibly Average proves that R was Rochelle that called 911. Well, again, if it's not in testimony and in evidence, it's not going to matter. Debbie, watch Andrea's Twitter. She's comparing photos from supposedly different incidents. Interestingly similar. Yes, Andrea said she's not available to be on streams today. She's going to go on Legal Bites tomorrow morning and join here for the afternoon. So we'll see her. We'll see her after lunch, I suppose, tomorrow. But today she had real world stuff to do. So love having Andrea on the channel. Her insight and her knowledge on this case is invaluable. See Goody says, Camille's giving Elaine the fat end of the Maker's Mark bottle, if you know what I'm saying. Desert Rat, I'm a couple hours behind, but when Amber Heard said he hit her in the eye with the phone, she gestured to the left side of her face, thought the bruises were on her right side. Yeah, I don't make too much of that because someone might just say, oh, he hit me. He hit me. She didn't say he hit me right here. You know, like she didn't do that. She just made the motion. The jury may disagree with me. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Sam, like there's plenty wrong with her testimony that we don't need to really analyze whether she gestured with her left. On Johnny Depp, I think the finger thing was more important because he was saying, I'll cut off my left finger to make sure I don't cut off the right finger ever again or something like that. That was a bigger difference. He was indicating clearly what was going on after the other finger had already been cut off. This is a good deal later. Sam Lightsey Jr. Holy cow, I'm 55. My kids are 4 and 2, and the wife wants Disney this year. Those are some young kids for 55, man. Good luck, brother. Bring an oxygen tank or something. It is hot in Florida. What do we got? What do we got here? Running out of time, and I got to hit the bathroom. Okay, here we go. Alejandro Hernandez says hashtag Loon Gang. That's you, chat. Sean Johnson, welcome to Super Lawyer. Mike Bennett, welcome to Paralegal. And David Caggy, welcome to Lawyer Status. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. Here for Lul says, shut up and respond to all of this. Anyway, Nikki, lawyers aren't allowed a choice on this. That's true. With that, I'm going to take the non-choice to go to the bathroom, because if I don't do it here, well, I won't leave a grumpy on my chair, but I'll be urinating on it. I'll be back in 2 minutes or less. See you there. Okay, still in the 2 minutes. Woo! I had time to eat a hot dog too. Whew, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay. Register says, Branca, best guess always. Love having that guy on the stream. It's fantastic. Skeet Neat says, is it a sin to use super glue to glue parts for Warhammer 40K minis? Building Wraith blades that I receive while I'm watching this train wreck so I can test paint on them. I mean, it depends on how super glue I think would be okay. You just got to really beat it out really thin so it doesn't gloop up. Why no song? Because when I play this song, everybody leaves thinking the show's over, even though it's like the middle of the day. They're like, oh, well, he must be quitting. Like, no, doesn't matter what you say. Here for lulls in Trump voice. Johnny, you're doing it wrong. That's not how you grab a woman by the pussy like that. No. Who does that? Look, trust me, I'm the best pussy grabber there is. Just ask the mainstream media. They've seen lots of it. Some of them have tried it. They're not quite as good. They don't have the good technique. I've got the perfect technique. You got to grab in there. You got to make sure the fingers are in the right place. I'll straighten you out. Here for lulls. Oh, wait, I read that one. Dirty Dan, if I were Vasquez, I'd repeat the objection every time Cat Lady says, what, if any? Get her to actually lay foundation instead of going with magic words to ignore the objection. That would be great. Yeah. Really. And she did a little bit early on. C. Goody says, do you think Amber Fake cried more or less when she got piped by the wrong end of a fifth? Mike the Dad Crosby says, it's horrible that Amber is a victim of herself. Yeah. I mean, this is just not, she didn't sell me. She really had to sell this thing. I don't think she did. The defense, Salinan, the defense did not rest, but they finished their questioning of Amber Heard. So we will now move on to cross-examination. Just want my reputation/name preserved. Paraphrased, Amber Heard, ironic as her name is now literally associated with shit. Restless medic. I'm also firing EMS for all these injuries that she claims to have. I've yet to see any of it be substantiated. You're telling me you have major injuries that qualify for a trauma center, but nobody saw it? Calling bull. Yeah, not only did nobody see it, people were around. I mean, the British butler would have been with her while her arm is dripping blood from the bottle wounds. And those scars, I mean, we're talking, like, let's say hypothetically that the scars on her wrist are from the bottle, right? Scar. She's got these get a little bit more longitudinal, but it's like scar. Okay. Those would be dripping blood when she got them. They would be, they would possibly require stitches. I mean, we're talking about serious cuts. What's up, Mr. Branca?
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
We get to cross yet?
It's about to start.
No kidding.
They just finished questioning. Break should be over in 3 minutes.
It's all about the cross. All right.
It's your timing is impeccable. So good job. Good job on that one.
That's
Renegade Guardian says she looks like Hillary Clinton wearing Dr. Evil's suit. The Man Bro dude says, here because you deserve it. Thanks for all you do. Also, when you get a break, can you toast to toasts? Because I'm a firm believer in pissing off people who whine about things. Yes, let me get a little Angel's Envy rye whiskey here. Angel's Envy finished rye. They don't sponsor the show, but they should, except I think they're also owned by Diageo. They should, because I'll sell tons of bottles of it. But it's a very, very good rye, even if it is owned by Diageo. To toasts. The one thing that has become so controversial on this channel as to make me laugh, they always please and never disappoint when I read about them later on. Cheers to toasts.
Good stuff.
What are you drinking?
Seltzer.
Seltzer. Just seltzer one there. Oh, there you go. Snuggle Struggle says Amber Turd was trying to expose ginger-based issues in the industry. Maybe this ginger-based violence is why Disney was parting ways and not because Turd was threatening a suit herself. Oh, she's saying gender? Lol. Yeah, the problem with her thing, well, they rewrote part of my script down in Aquaman 2, but they didn't renegotiate your contract down. They didn't give you less money or less screen time. They just reduced your role. And I'm sorry, but rewrites happen constantly in Hollywood on the set. You know this. Well, you would if you were more likable and they put you in more productions. But the first draft that they go with when they get to filming is rarely what ends up coming on screen, because an executive gets an idea about something like, oh, well, I'm very smart. I'm an executive. Therefore, I will go ahead and rewrite this part of the movie that a writer slaved over for years. That happens all the time. So again, I think she did very poorly on her damages, except for solidifying that once she wrote the op-ed, that's when Johnny really took the hit. That was brilliant of her to say that. Branca, she talks about how, she never wanted to hurt Johnny. But and in the entire time between 2018, when she writes the op-ed, that the studios are ready to can her and keep him. They're ready to can her and keep him. And then the article comes out and suddenly everything turns around. Thank you for making that case. Restless Medic says, oh, boo-hoo, you had to prove you needed the restraining order, so we should just hand those out like candy. Get bent, woman.
Well, we do.
Yeah, we still hand them out like candy. The amount she had to prove is laughable. He didn't even show up. Like what testimony did she have to offer? All she had to do was get up there and say he hit me. He hit me and he
there's
didn't
nothing
show
like
up.
proof. There's gonna make any kind of allegation the way it works.
Boo. You got real laggy for a second there, but no, I think we got the gist of it though. Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I need you to crank the engine on your internet. Deadly Darkness. They were already support him. That's why he lost absolutely everything, and she gained almost everything. Yeah, of course. Igor Slagathor, who is the breather in the background audio? It's someone in the courtroom. One of the tables has a live mic. You can occasionally hear Camille's co-counsel.
Sure. Okay.
Say objection hearsay. You can occasionally hear that. The breather is there. There's also the court reporter. You'll hear typing and clacking noises. They don't sound like a full clack, like a mechanical keyboard. It's something else. That's the court reporter's keyboard going off. They have a weird keyboard that they use. Also, please ask them if they were able to figure out who it is. The sound of it, definitely a dude. It's at one of the council tables is where that live mic is with the guy breathing into it all the time. Senshi Roll says, boy, it's almost as if we have a set of rights written into the Constitution at the time of the founding to protect the accused, because England had a history in the 200 years before the founding of malicious action. Yeah, she did testify to the fact that she got to testify in the UK, and thank God they protected her. And she got to testify behind closed doors. Can you imagine? That's the legal system in the UK. Well, you're a victim of this person, so you get to testify behind closed doors. Like, well, how is that presume any innocence or any fairness or equity in any action at all? Oh, it's nuts.
We should definitely fight those people for our independence.
Yes, we should fight. We should go back to their island and be like, we're here to finish the job.
We're back.
Can you give a toast for Man Bro Dudes Toast to Toast, just to make some people even more upset? To Man Bro Dudes Toast for Toast. Two bros who know that toasts are the way to go. Cheers. Jose Gonzalez says, Amber, it's my truth, but I can't prove it. Clown World. Timothy Reaper, wait, did the Grim Reaper play an April Fool's prank on Amber Heard? Nope. She just elicited a 4-pound turd from a 4-pound Yorkie. Again, I hate to say, I've looked at the picture. It was we pulled it up on stream before. It looks like a red wine fueled shit. Like, I mean, it does not look like a
had
healthy,
that bouquet.
Yeah, it's like it's red and stainy. Oh
man, look at that Karen with her arms crossed. I wouldn't want to fight her.
I would want to fight at least half the people in this audience. I think I could win most of the fights.
What a grim audience.
I think I could win most of the fights in a row.
Grim and unattractive. And they found the local Subway shop. They cleaned that place out. Oh, somebody wore all the mask. Yeah, I decided to bring all the mask.
What if every one of the 100 jurors had a foot-long tuna sandwich from Subway at the break? Like, how awful would that room smell? It's like 100 foot-long tuna sandwich burps going on at the same time.
This is like tryouts for some movie where they need a really unattractive female actress.
That's why a bunch of guys showed up. I could do it too.
Next. Oh my God, look at Miss Banana back there.
Yeah, I wouldn't wear yellow ever. In general, I think I have one yellow shirt that I got for free that I'll wear on occasion when I'm out of them. Because I was a chaperone at a youth group event. That's how you always end up with a yellow shirt.
That girl in the yellow was like doing shoulder stretches. Like she was getting ready to bring all the rolls.
Oh no.
Danger hair in the gallery.
We've got one. Look at the dude in the back. My girlfriend brought me here. I hate my life. I don't even care about these people. I just want to play my PS5.
He's got like estrogen patches all over his arms.
Make me care about this. Make me care. Bash Coder says, can Amber now sue herself for damages from the op-ed? She should. She
Right.
should.
Like, maybe Johnny just likes a girl with personality. That's good because she's got several of them.
Snuggle struggle. Amber Turd lost time on the film with Aquaman 2 because of her previous dismissal of Australian law and trying to get her dogs into the country illegally. Australia wouldn't let her in, and it delayed Aquaman 2 filming significantly.
Huh.
There you go. Well, maybe we'll get that on Cross. They have so many places to go on Cross. We'll really have to see what they do. By the way, do you know who Andy Dick is?
Yeah, I'm aware of his existence.
Are you aware of his recent shenanigans?
No. Oh, you know, maybe I did hear something on Joe Rogan. He was in some kind of trailer park and what?
Okay, so he's in worse than a trailer park. He joined the IRL streaming community. So like he was like living with these. Hey, here's there's Runkle. There's Runkle, DUI guy, and Lon Lumber. There you go. The only handsome people in the courtroom. Good job, guys. Way to be. Well, this guy's kind of handsome. This looks like a knockoff Steven Crowder, actually.
It does.
Like, what,
he was the line holder for Steven Crowder. Got him by accident.
But yeah. So he
So did Runkle have to leave his elfin bow and arrow out with security? How'd that work?
Yeah, but he slipped in a couple blades. You know how elves are. You know so yeah, he joined the IRL live streaming community and was showing up at these random streamers' house. He just was like living there on the guy's couch streaming forever. Then they moved him into an RV, and apparently some guy passed out and he started shoving fingers in the guy's butt.
Whoa.
So not a good not a strong showing for Andy Dick and the trajectory of his career.
Let's keep him away from Johnny Depp.
After breakout hits like In the Army now, I don't know why his career didn't go straight to the moon. Okay. Bobby Ray says Camille is coming and hell is coming with her. Alexandria Hitala says, let's go Cross exam, release the hounds. Oh, woo. Ben Cruz says, when I need to last longer in bed, I think of Elaine's voice. I lasted hours. Matthew Perkins, bunch of popcorn. Here comes the Cross. The troll, formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food, says in Omar Coming voice, Mommy Camille's coming. Okami. Shoot, where we go? Okami Nokaze says, now we are going to see this harpy actually cry. Oh yeah, I am going to be. I mean, again, you have this unique opportunity. Amber Heard would be a victim in 99% of cases, and you'd have to deal with her with kid gloves. In this case, she's not a victim. That's your posture. Your posture is that she's an opportunistic liar who has destroyed your client's life to make herself better for whatever reason. You get to be brutal. You almost have to when you think about it, because this person has done the worst thing. They've accused someone of the worst possible crimes for the purpose of getting their own boost. So you have to treat them like trash. And I hope Camille is just devastating. Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, what is there? So, I mean, I guess there's pedophile, racist, domestic abuser, right? I mean,
it's literally that, and maybe above murderer, in all honesty, because like a lot of murderers don't know the people that they kill. But the fact that you would beat your wife, like a domestic abuser is a murderer in waiting for a lot of people. Like it's just that one time when they goes too far, hits too hard, chokes too long. That's that. So yeah, you've got pedophile, racist, domestic abuser. It's why they went with it's why the headline was effective. It's why the article did what it was what was intending to do. If she had accused him of being a drunk and a drug addict, no one would have cared. Yeah, he's unmanageable. He's vomiting all over himself. He's a drunk and a drug addict. And they go, yeah, but not on screen. Who gives a shit? Every celebrity ever. You just described all of the Rolling Stones. Okay, thank you.
Or some lawyer's college career. Not to name any names.
Cocaine breakup. Gethralkin says, if she didn't want to relive it and move on, why in the world did she become a face of abuse victims with the ACLU? Yeah, that's a problem. I had a relative that was an abuse victim and had true PTSD about it and could hardly talk about it. Well, the other thing, she says this. So she says earlier that she was very proud of the article that she testified to not writing. She's very proud of the article, so she framed it, right? But then later,
Just
she's like
Johnny.
Yeah. Later, she's talking about how Johnny Depp's team is repeating all these things, and she has to see it every day. The worst time in her entire life, and relive all of the trauma. And it's like,
That's framed above her mantle.
The domestic violence article. You framed it.
It's probably mounted on the ceiling above her bed.
Optical Infinity says, counselor, real LawTube streamers wear #depends. Truly appreciate your inside humor and #baseness. Yes, you gotta have depends. Chris, if this YouTube and lawyering thing doesn't work out, you can always write children's hits such as "Bring an Axe to Hit the Bitch." It's true. We'll make an album.
That's so inappropriate.
Takul says, well, she's bad enough at mimicking emotions and reading the emotions of others, so we know she's not a sociopath, at least. What isn't there like an unskilled sociopath? Like, that's got to be a classification, right? Like, they're a sociopath, but they're not really good at mimicking the emotions. Or is there an unsuccessful one somewhere?
Well, she looks like one.
She does read. I mean, she reads as having severe issues to me. Oh, are we maxed out on resolution? No, it dropped resolution on me. I thought so. There we go. Slightly clearer, at least.
Yeah, much higher resolution bench.
Envoy of Aries says, been watching all day. Thanks for the fantastic work. Hey, thank you for watching all day. Thank you for being here. That goes to all of you, chat. And just probably the last time I'll say it, but if you are here and you haven't yet, you enjoy the coverage and commentary, please click like on the stream. It helps. It helps YouTube let people know that they should be sharing this thing out a little bit. I know I'm not getting shared very far, probably because, well, we have too much fun. You can't have fun on the internet. You have to be dour and sad. Jacob Disher says, how is the verdict announced? Is it like a criminal case where they pronounce a side of guilt and innocent? They would find in favor of. So that we, the jury, find in favor of the defendant and find in favor of the plaintiff. Virginia's a unanimous juror state on these issues, on the civil issue. So they will, if they find in favor, it'll be 7-0. Exit, or they'll find that they could not come to a unanimous ruling. They would have to get permission from the judge ahead of that.
How many jurors?
7.
7.
Yeah. Virginia's weird. 7, and it has to be unanimous for civil.
Huh. Okay.
Or at least for civil above a certain amount. I don't know the exact breakdown, but for this case, that's what it is. Execution. If she's telling the truth, we all go to hell. Also, my name is Daniel Sharp. Can I get a toast for surviving a heart attack at 40 years old a week ago? You might be my only chance of infinite life. To execution to Daniel Sharp, heart attack survivor. Buddy, I don't know the reasons for your heart attack, and sometimes they're not knowable, but hopefully you can resolve them, or they will be resolved on their own, and you will have a strong beating heart for many, many years to come. Cheers, brother, to your good health and good survival. Anthony Zink, all I hear the entire time she's been testifying is in Johnny Depp voice, in Johnny's deep voice. Aquaman. Chris Benoit, for toasts that derail a good stream with woe is me crap, they deserve the gifts I gave my wife, kid, and later myself. Anyways, time to hit the gym. Why does my head feel funny? No, Chris Benoit. No. Stay away from your wife and kid, you monster. White Alakazam, noticing a lack of funny PR guy in the courtroom. Wonder why that is. Did Amber lose him somewhere? So she fired her PR team, which was full of Obama staffers. And then she hires a new guy. Turns out he's got enough DUIs that it's a problem. He's also known as like apparently like a sexual harasser, a serial abuser of people around him. And he's deleted all of his social media. So good job. Way to pick him. Good job, David Shane. Good job, David Shane. Threaten to sue more people, David. See how that goes. See if that'll help get away from it.
So is she on her third team now, or she's doing without? She can't possibly do without, right? She's someone who needs her PR managed.
She has not fired the David Shane yet.
Oh,
to my knowledge. At least there's been no public announcement about it. But man, they're having a long discussion here. You can bet your ass they're talking about what they can now get in after those motions in limine and after all of the testimony that Amber gave.
Yep.
That's what they're doing here. Where can we go, Judge? Because here's where we're going to go. Here's why we're going to go there.
Right. That little brunette lawyer is kicking open doors like a Navy SEAL.
Yeah. And Amber just she testified again today to her previous partner relationship, one in which she was arrested for domestic violence, not because the partner reported it, but because a police officer saw it in public. I mean, you've got problems for this chick all over the place. And that's why the sidebar's taking so long. Elaine and Rottenborn are going to desperately try to mitigate the damage that's about to come their way on this cross. And they're going to be leaning on the argument. Well, we had these motions in limine. We had the motions in limine early on to keep this out. And they're going to say, yeah. And then you testified right to all of these things. Oh, hey, there's the Court TV lady that I said Law and Lumber should go pick up. You should try and get an interview. She's like former Miss Arkansas or something.
No kidding.
Like that.
Yeah, she's certainly one of these things does not belong for sure.
This guy's mustache and mullet. He's got a mullet. Oh, my goodness. He's in a mustache and mullet in a suit. You wear a mustache.
Detainer in the front, conviction in the back.
You wear a mustache and mullet so you never have to wear a suit again. Because it looks ridiculous. Oh, gosh, I love that guy. I want to talk to him. Okay, Don
Travis.
Travis.
All these resting bitch faces. Oh, my God. It's like a plague.
They're all tired. Again, they all got there at 8 p.m. yesterday to wait in line to get there because they only let 100 people in. They're all exhausted. Don Travis, I sent you a package full of goodies. Did it not come in? It did, Don. It did. Thank you so much. I talked about it on stream. You had the how to draw manga book and the Biden stickers and stuff like that. Or the Let's Go Brandon stickers, I should say. Yes, it did come. Oh, hello.
Oh, it looks like Lumber Guy may have lost his chance there. Someone's chatting up Miss Blue Dress.
This guy?
Yeah.
I'll take you out for steaks afterwards.
Yeah, he made the move. I like cigars.
I like to eat cigars.
I
don't smoke
cigar here.
Some other lawyers were using it and they quit, so I grabbed it.
Found it in the urinal.
And when I was at Wells Fargo, I had this guy come in to my desk. His name was Archie. He's definitely a crackhead, meth head, one of those two. And he comes to my desk and sits down. This is in downtown St. Paul in the Skyway. And we had a long discussion about how overdrawn he was on his account from his Social Security check. It's way overdrawn, right? So then I see him leave and he walks real slow and stilted because of all of the drugs. And then he goes over the garbage can. He looks down. He finds a little bit like it's a cigarette butt with like a little bit on it, right? A little bit left. And he goes, ooh, I'll save this for later. And he picks it up and he puts it behind his ear. And to me, that was way more disgusting than it being on the ground by a garbage can. I was like, oh, I would pick it up off the ground. I would not put that thing in my mouth after it's been behind your ear, Archie. That's horrifying.
He won't smoke it for a week. It's like his aspirational cigarette.
I'll keep this one. Amber smokes cigarettes over a 4-week period because after every drag, she puts it out on Johnny's face. Shannon Says the law tubers are watching that sidebar hard, trying to read lips. Oh my gosh. I've wanted nothing more than to hear these sidebars. These sidebars have got to be.
Well, here we go.
All right.
Cosplays,
Cons, and Cuisine says, can't wait to see Cross ripping through this rice paper of a testimony. Thanks for streaming this, Nick. We'll see. I'm hoping Camille's got it.
Miss Turd. Excuse me?
Can I call you Turd?
Just call her Miss Turd the whole trial, the whole cross. Just like Amica. Turn around as fair play.
Oh, we're waiting for the jury still. Devil's Advocate says, favorite seeming contradiction of the day. Amber, I didn't know the cops were called. I didn't cooperate. I didn't want to hurt Johnny. Also, Amber, we knew the cops were coming, so we took the pictures. That's true. Fantastic catch on that one. And you know Amber Heard hates Camille. Camille has been on the case since the UK trial.
All right.
Finally got her in an American court. Camille's adjusting her pistols. Spinning the cylinders.
You know,
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
At least 8 hours of reaming.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Oh.
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
She sounds emotional.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229.
Ooh, here we go.
Here we go.
It's at 1101
up,
through
Nate?
1209.
What's up, guys?
To be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
229 entered in
Every
its
inch.
entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we
I
just
just wanted to touch you.
been Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking
Yes,
used me up, you
yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop me.
Fucking
Please stop.
fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was
Please.
good enough.
No.
No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
What? You're not my shrink.
It hurts my heart. Please just calm.
No. No, it's your fucking heart.
Oh, no.
No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met.
That's
years
great.
after that
That's
as
a
well.
great recording.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
I just
And he
wanted a
tells you
hug.
you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
It's gonna
And
be
for the
cool.
record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. I, Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Oh, you can never hurt him.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me.
No question.
And has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
No, you didn't.
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence? Right?
Hammer it.
With all due respect,
Yes,
I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Then why'd you say man,
Mr.
not
Depp
man
is
who
your
beat me
victim,
up?
isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp
She looks terrible
is
here.
wearing
Look
these
at a little
big,
smirk,
chunky
smirky
rings
smile.
on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play
Ooh.
Here we go.
from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You said he hit you and he was
Nervous drink.
wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
You testified to.
He pretty
In
much
March of
always.
2013.
She's saying there were multiple times you
Right.
did that?
That's what
In
you're
March?
What are
saying.
you asking me? I'm sorry.
Today.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A. which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Great. She is killing it.
Camille is.
You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
Or any
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged
Camille
incident.
Vasquez killing it.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Wait, what?
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
It doesn't look good.
The therapist stitched her up.
Another incident in March of
Cut me, Mick.
2013, where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes.
That's a punch.
That.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You can't.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
Oof.
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
Just going to hit her on every one of these incidents with no pictures.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
Oh, do you?
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
It's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
Why is that?
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013.
She's walking it through it. She's walking it through all the bullshit.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony,
Not the bed.
when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248.
I gotta pick up my daughter. I'll be back.
Heard. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger figure, correct?
Beaten.
It was a dinner function.
Destroyed.
I believe in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
That would be visible.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249.
All my visible injuries were on the inside.
This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone
I'll
Ranger.
give you this. That's the first time I've seen her look pretty.
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
while wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
If any of these jurors have been punched with a ring, it's over. If their dad
You
wore
also
a ring when he
testify that
smacked
Mr.
them
Depp,
one time.
again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
Would you?
You didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
What?
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose
gotta nail her down on
after
this.
the Met Gala?
Yep.
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next
Legend.
night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken for the record, but
What?
yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Wow.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Now you're not sure.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252.
They need to admit a photo of a tumor. Say, this is a picture of your soul, isn't it?
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Look how happy
Zoom in
Don
on
is.
her face.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.
Oh my gosh, this is nasty.
This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Just hammer with the facts.
Admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Man, that Amica cream is something else.
Let's please pull up
It's
Plaintiff's
amazing how
Exhibit
well it works.
1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event.
We should get some of that for Dan Crenshaw. He can rub it on his missing eye.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. Publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought you broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Ooh.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right.
Yes or no,
Makeup
please.
covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
No.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might
now
imagine.
she's a medical
For
expert.
me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
Oh, do you?
A
Where's
picture
the
you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Talk to your counsel. Why won't they produce it?
Is it a doctored photo? Is that the problem? It was not admitted?
Your Honor, may we approach? Holy shit. She is sitting here testifying that she produced things her counsel is unwilling to produce. Can we go into this? Can we ask, have you had conversations with your counsel about producing these documents? What has your counsel said to you about why you're not allowed to do this? She has raised this issue. Camille didn't elicit it. She would like to produce them. I mean, Your Honor, and Camille's probably saying, Your Honor,
let this go. You can't let her imply to the jury that this favorable evidence for her exists, but her lawyers simply are choosing not to produce it.
Right, because it also casts an implication on Camille and her team because they could produce it if they had it.
Right.
And they could criticize the picture. But she's saying, oh, she produced everything. Why don't we have a picture of her broken nose without makeup?
Amber is suggesting that Johnny Depp's legal team is not producing his photo. She's suggesting they have the photo because she produced everything.
Yep. Credit to Camille for not just going off in public and to calmly go to the bench after the second time that Amber has done this. She let the first implication slide.
Right. The judge is listening to this explanation from Cat Lady like, what? Says, no, Judge Moranis, it's like this. We can explain.
Oh, this is a nasty, nasty cross. I love it so far.
You think after Johnny wins the 50 million from her, he's going to take off his glasses and give her one last look at his eyes? 25 million an eyeball.
A big chat from Yellow Flash 2. What's up, buddy? He says she is going to need some Amica cream after this cross. So far, it is really, really.
She needs a new legal team from the firm of Amica and Amica.
Yeah. Ugh. I mean, we've been waiting days. They've been setting up this cross. We've seen the furious note-taking by Camille and her co-counsel. I can't remember her name back here in the dark blue. I can't, Elizabeth, maybe. I can't remember her first name, but they have been very, very attentive to this thing. They've been prepping, and because of bad scheduling planning by Amber Heard's counsel, they gave them a week to examine 80% of the cross-exam or 80% of the examination. So why you would do that is beyond me. They should have had Amber go before the doctor and gotten through the entire direct before cross and before the break. Not before cross, but before the break. What a bad play. Or they should have waited till after the break to run her and run a bunch of other nonsense first. Let's see. Devil's Advocate says, oh wait, read that one. Rick Nikita says, Camille to Heard, say nothing. Listen with utmost care. He said, you understand me. You are in danger. You know this. You can see the tools against the far wall, but do not look at them. Look at me. Is that from Game of Thrones? when the weird guy's about to carve up the Theon. The troll formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food says Amber's face is the picture perfect definition of hatred towards a person. Let's see. What do we got? What is it? Oh, that's from Warhammer. Oh shit. That's probably from Conrad then. There you go. Thank you. Restless Medic says picking up strong Gage Grosskreutz vibes from Amber Heard right now. What, destroying your entire case on Cross? Ooh. Adam Trapp says, I would love to say Camille is my spirit animal, but I'm not that fierce. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Amica, would this all be considered as an amicus brief? XSSFD SSFD132 says Amber is going to be the new spokesperson for Preparation H following the ass reaming she's receiving.
I see a promising adult movie career for her. Like the rum ovaries. Aquaman.
Oh God. Crystal Henderson says theory, the mystery picture of her
Ms. Heard, you
broken nose.
testified that
I'll
in
get it.
January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that nothing.
After the event?
I couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
I'm assuming you have it. I do.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Part 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
Her whole back. I mean, I see a little bit of
I'll show
ass
you
there.
one other photo.
Where else would it be?
Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
By the way, again, she testified to this on direct about this incident, and they didn't produce the photo. That looks bad automatically, that this is having to
I'll
come
show you
into
one
the other
more
people.
picture.
Why didn't you show the photo?
Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
Irish Major Tom, not sure who won on the
And
sidebar.
that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
And now I've seen all of Amber Turd's back. All of it.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yeah, I would put that alleged
Yes,
in
that's
every
true.
time. She doesn't always
You
do that.
testified
That's a
that you had
mistake.
cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point, I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
Start crying. Do it.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
Alleged injury.
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell you.
Alleged.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Sir, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
We can have a transcript for the jury.
Oh, please nail her with the transcript. Like none of these done some pussyfooting transcript impeachments before. Like,
okay.
It would be funny if Amber Heard sneezed right here and just covered the witness stand in cocaine.
the shoe just pixie dust. The bailiff walks by and falls unconscious. Oh, Judge.
Was that the judge farting? What was that?
No, it's her moving that mic.
Oh.
She just cranks on it. Like a Model T or whatever.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
Maybe they could have Gage Grosskreutz sit in for her for a little bit.
I could do better than this chick. As a little bit of an abuser myself.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593.
In fairness, Gage is
jury
probably the
trials
only man
transcript.
who could punch her in the face and not leave a mark.
You know what they say? Gage Grosskreutz. Sun's out, gun out. They should hand her a big binder full of all the evidence of the shit that never happened.
Lines.
Or an empty binder. Here's all the evidence you produced of your injuries, isn't there?
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, start that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose.
God, inside this broad's head
Giving that
is such a
testimony,
terrifying place.
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple.
That's correct.
And bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute. But I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure.
Your appearance on the James Corden show, like that night or the next day.
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35 And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace. So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm so sorry, but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, there we go.
I grew up
She looks like she's
riding horses.
She's a wreck.
Oh, really?
Not
a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet.
Broken nose, 2 black eyes.
I wanted to train for
bruising,
it, and
hair
there's
ripped
ballet
out.
sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy
Clearly
person in the world,
concussed,
and I have
broken
no grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working
That's
my
the
way
lip
up.
that had the wound that kept opening every time she moved her mouth.
Ballet, and I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working. And I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to like get encouragement, look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize like all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of like funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet like
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like and my face though is like I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on and like flower crowns and all this stuff, and then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
Ugh. Oh boy.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Happy birthday to me.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Thanks, James Corden, for giving me that awful gift on my birthday. I'm glad I didn't watch it.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot, it doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhardt, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
Is your nose broken or your lip busted in any of these pictures?
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom.
That's correct.
With a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There you go. Let the jury see it.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
That's her no makeup picture. Still doesn't
And if we
look
could
like
also
a broken
please pull
nose.
up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
Or black eyes.
Clearly the victim of a brutal beating.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
I know it's Arnica, not Amica, but they called it Amica. That's the joke.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
How'd that happen?
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
Oh, who did?
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to
the U.S.
my
Postal
lawyers
Service. They
and
gave them to
representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
It worked, by the way.
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
I didn't give it to him. My lawyers did. But remember, she got
This is
a
your
killer
medical
deal on the
record for
divorce.
December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't,
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Partially?
Scroll down, please, if we could.
What is it from another visit also? It's
The
signed by
signature,
Dr. Kipper.
down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
All right, bitch.
Please go.
Yeah.
Well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis?
Cyanosis.
Jaundice?
You tell she went to law school.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah. It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
It documents several things.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
Did you disagree with the doctor who documented it and recommended
You don't have any
care?
medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
That's not an answer.
So?
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I mean, move to strike.
I'll
Your Honor.
sustain the objection. I'll move to strike.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
An
Ms. Heard,
ENT,
you never
ear,
went
nose,
to
and
see
throat.
any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp.
Afterwards, yes, I did.
and you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I don't object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know. All right.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
So an ENT, not an EMT, ear, nose, and throat doctor. But again,
Well, she's dropping the ball here. This is poor questioning because she's leaving the door open for this kind of counter argument. Records, I'm sure records were produced of an ENT visit, but the question is, were they produced for an ENT visit for injuries as a result of Johnny Depp beating her up? That's the critical point there.
Right. And again, like an ENT that says at some point in your history you had a broken nose does not say that you got a broken nose from Johnny Depp.
She needs to break up the question. It's too compound, and it leaves the opportunity for Cat Lady to do exactly what she's doing here.
Yeah.
Did you have a meeting with an ENT after the marriage? Yes. Did you tell that doctor it was because Johnny broke your nose? No.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as
Yes.
a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
Well, that's the
And
relevant
you don't have any
point.
medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence.
And we're gonna this is an interesting comparison. Hopefully the jury's picking up on it. You've got pictures of Johnny sleeping, but you
took
don't
this
have your
photograph,
medical
right, Ms.
records.
Heard?
That's correct.
You focus
And you
on all this stuff,
testified that
but
this
not
was
your
taken
own.
in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Security didn't testify to that, did they?
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit
had him on the stand, didn't
1091,
you?
which is already in evidence.
Even if true, it's not abuse.
You took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
It's got to be 100
And
pictures
this is a
of me
picture of
like
Mr.
that.
Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. You also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
Another violent
No,
Johnny
he
Depp
was
photo.
nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about
So
him.
you took a picture?
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
I removed it right before the picture.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor. I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Oh.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252.
Your text message with the picture
We'll only
attached?
be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet.
I didn't
Ms. Hood.
ask you a question.
So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Brito? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not misheard
Up or down on
text messages. Consistent with hearsay.
I'm really curious how the jury's taking this testimony, this cross-exam so far.
You remember we approach?
Okay.
Your Honor, I object. This is damaging to my client.
It's a defense exhibit, so it's theirs. RS. Oh, wait, no.
He looks happy.
Oh, this lawyer back
Yeah.
here? Yeah. Well, she's been the one helping Camille prep this thing, so I think she's very happy with how it's going.
Just an amazing job. Amazing.
Crystal Henderson says, theory, the mystery picture of her broken nose is really badly doctored / made up. That's why they aren't showing it. Yeah, or there isn't a picture and she's just misrepresenting that there was one. But I mean, it doesn't matter. If the jury is picking up what Camille's laying down, and that is a big if, but if the jury's picking it up, you were happy to produce all of these pictures, none of them to corroborate your actual alleged abuse. Like, that's why you have pictures of you with a broken nose, bleeding out of your nose.
Blood all over the pillows, chunks of hair missing from her head.
Yeah, the James Corden thing. I mean, remember the testimony. The night before, she was beaten into unconsciousness, had her hair ripped out all over the place, and had her lip busted. A split lip. Now, she might try and draw a distinction that a split lip means a little bit of blood coming out of your lip. Most people think of a split lip as your lip has physically split apart from itself, because that sometimes happens when you get punched and your teeth cut your lip. And it hurts. Seaton the Sir Gaming and Stuff says, hashtag ice cold Camille sounds like she's reading Amber Heard her last rites. The cold confidence she exhibits makes me feel like she moonlights as an assassin when she's not killing it in the courtroom.
And every question with, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah. Miss Heard, you admit that you didn't produce a picture, correct? Vaya con Dios. Legend of Derry says Amber's demons awakening during that cross caused the blackout. Yeah, that was weird. RS Amica cream is not for internal use. You may think its miraculous healing power obviated the need for medical attention, but that was actually thanks to her steel trap. Seth Williams says Camille really shouldn't play with her food so much. Rick Nikita says, is that from Game of Thrones?
Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
Please
go
take a
through
look
those
at one of
pictures.
those.
No,
Would you
look
please
at
pull
all
up
of them.
Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence.
Oh, I hope they go through all of these pictures with the multiple changes to the table and the different framing and the different lighting that they used to stage it.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to the photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in
Not
Orange.
much cocaine.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
Oh, maybe for breakfast.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
Uh-oh.
That is correct.
So this
So
is what the
he cut
table
a couple
looked like
lines and walked
after Mr.
away?
Depp had been doing cocaine.
Oh, here we go.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I
Here-
see 4 lines.
Here it comes.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Let's bring up the next defense picture.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
No,
He
go
is-
through all the other pictures with the
and that's
differences.
a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
This isn't the
And
only
when you
picture
sent
took
it,
of
you
that table.
said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
In the
I
frame
don't know.
with cocaine
I
at
don't know.
all?
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen.
Show
Let's
the other
play it again for
pictures.
this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
I gave it to TMZ.
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Oh.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU.
That's correct.
And you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
I don't think she's going to go into the other pictures of the tables, and I think that's a miss.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full.
I suddenly lost your picture.
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your
Mine?
attention to the portion on the
I don't
second
see you
page
here.
where it says,
Oh, no.
We'll
Sorry.
read the statement
Sorry.
below.
My mistake. Never mind. I'm drunk on seltzer.
Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
It's her statement, adverse to her interests.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I say the full?
No,
everything
she
else
just
is redacted.
testified. It's that her statement. What are you going to do?
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
It's not her statement. She just testified that it was.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have
Stop.
It doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity. on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
Tax
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
Or imaginary adjusted
And
amount.
he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean,
the adjusted
other way
amount
around.
doesn't exist, by the way.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break. That if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount
after-tax
and
funds
not
for charity?
make it, you know, a commitment.
The charity was going to get the same amount of money.
Try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
She didn't pay an
And
installment.
in fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. Please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
Yeah, if you don't care about the money and you just want the money to go to ACLU and Children's Hospital, you don't need an
This is an article
after-tax
entitled Amber Heard and
settlement for
Johnny
your
Depp
divorce.
row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page.
Because when
Her
she
spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay,
her
spokeswoman. It's not her.
spokeswoman,
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
literal agent. Yeah, if you are going to donate money to someone and you're going to demand that I pay for it, then it doesn't have to be after-tax dollars for my donation. That's you going to take the you get the after-tax dollars so that they're tax exempt for you, but you don't need to make, why would you need that to make a charitable contribution that followed? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Charity gets the same money either way.
Yeah. There is no, like this adjusted amount that he could have paid 14 million. Well, I mean, sure, he could have, but the divorce amount wasn't for 14 million.
You released a statement
May
through.
we approach again?
Okay.
Did you not resolve this issue right before?
She got a text message from her cat.
I'd be very curious to find out how a statement from a spokesperson is not an agent that would be considered a hearsay exception. I'd be kind of baffled by that line of argument, unless they're going to argue that it wasn't a spokesperson for her.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one.
I want to see it before you ask.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. That's exactly what I said.
bitch.
The sidebars don't eat. Well, I mean, they eat away at both parties' time. No, this judge is keeping strict time on both parties. I don't know if you saw that, but they have a literal like
to see
chess
as well.
clock.
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you.
So is this tax thing a way to give Amber money? Yeah, her getting post-tax dollars and then never donating them would mean she gets $7 million that she doesn't have to report to the IRS.
Please turn your microphone on. I'm sorry.
Which would be fine if that was what the agreement was.
Redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full document.
I plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Are you accusing them of of doing an improper redaction? Here's the unredacted copy.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do. We have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have the document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Okay, give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
Now this is eating into plaintiff's time. But the plaintiff was already like 4 hours ahead going into today. Oh man, Mullet Man. He left. He's leaving. No. We need you. We need your energy. We need you to ride a motorcycle back into the courtroom. Let's see. Rick Nikita says, is that from Game of Thrones? No, it's from the Ordo Hereticus dummy. Sorry, I'm rusty. I apologize.
Sorry, Ms. Reynolds. May I approach?
Yes.
Here you go. Wendy Blank says, as a woman that lived through a violent marriage, there's no amount of stage makeup that can hide the knotting that forms under facial tissue after a punch or a ringed backhand. Yeah, I mean, I think them going through the pictures one by one is pretty brutal. That was very effective. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Nick, can you have someone clip and publish just Amber Heard's cross exam? I missed most of today's stream. Also, at one point,
can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that later. Okay.
Right.
All right.
I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I understand. We'll take care of that. But
okay.
As of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
Okay. Also at 1.75x playback speed, you sound like Ben Shapiro. Take that how you will. We'll see. I don't know. We might clip the Amber Heard cross exam, or we might do best moments. Not sure. It's going to be another day of cross exam, probably.
Look at our bright sunlight, Nick. I hope Amber doesn't wander into that stream of light.
Yeah. She just turns to dust immediately. Mr. Shado, oh my God, the Camille and Johnny's public flirtation was a play to get Amber to glance over. If that was a play, Camille is genius and not someone I would ever F with. BN, yayo and yay is slang for cocaine. Yay for morning sounds a lot like yay for breakfast, doesn't it? Looks like those lines might have been for herself. No, there's several pictures where she's got various states of the table as it progressed as she was staging it. I wish they would have gone through those.
All right.
I don't think I've ever seen people cut lines and then walk away.
So directing your attention,
what if the wind blows?
Where it says,
or dog comes up.
Spokeswoman
the dog got pooped on the bed.
The language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show
the language that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
She's going to testify that she doesn't recall. This is the hard part about introducing evidence through an adversarial witness.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So all of that over
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Yes.
Okay. That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 in evidence. Over.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moranis has had enough. No.
Yeah, that was silly. That whole thing was a waste of the court's
Statement
time.
reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish it.
It contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
Okay. The defense is, to give the defense credit, they're doing what they needed to do here. They need to slow Camille down. They need to make this boring. They need the jury to lose interest in the story as much as possible, because the story is not good here. And again, if Amber Heard is concerned about giving $7 million to charity, she shouldn't care how it comes out of Johnny Depp's wallet. That doesn't make any sense except to punish him.
Right.
There's no reason for him to be particularly punished by the donation. It should go to her and then go to the charity or go directly to the charity. Either way, if it goes to her and she sends it to the charity, she gets the write-off for the amount that she would have had to otherwise count as other income through alimony or spousal support or settlement agreement or whatever. You don't get an exception from that stuff. I think you might get an exception for child support, but I don't think you do for spousal. But I'm not a tax. I don't know. We'll call the IRS and they'll give us an ambiguous answer.
All this was spelled out in the divorce agreement. She doesn't get to retroactively change the terms so that Johnny can have a bigger tax bill.
And a reminder that Johnny's testimony was that they only did this because she wasn't making the donations. That was the purpose of doing this way. She's supposed to make the donations, doesn't make them. She gets Elon Musk to make them for her, but, doesn't do it herself. John Lennon says Depp testified he donated in her name and she got the write-off. Yeah, and again, if she's getting post-tax dollars, she should not be taking a charity write-off on that, I don't think. Yeah, because the idea of why
what would be the tax deduction on money she didn't pay taxes on?
Right. I'm saying there shouldn't be one, but she might have taken one, or she might have otherwise tried to take one. This is why it doesn't make sense for her to demand the money post-tax at all. Like it's a cumbersome step. It's a punitive step, I should say, just to make him pay more. I mean, that's the reality.
So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
There actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted nothing.
Was donated $7 million.
This interview was in October of 2018. Right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall when it was.
First
It was in
payment.
2018. Right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
She lied to the public. After, 6 months after having that
This
money?
is the deal point
8
memorandum
months.
from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to that.
Okay.
She's
It's
asking if she remembers.
He literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. It's an
Overrule the
improper-
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You were in here. You heard it,
And
didn't
you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
that. I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
So you could have paid the entire
So in
amount.
October
you
of
said you paid the entire
2018,
amount.
you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You
That-
agree with me?
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your
actually donate it.
entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Wait.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
that's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question.
Try to follow along.
Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I don't. Ms. Heard,
But I don't. That was
I
good.
don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard,
No, it is not.
respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations. yet.
Why? You had the money before he sued you.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it.
You did get
I
it.
loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
Then
You
why'd
wanted
you talk
the
about it?
press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being
Why
called a
did you
liar
donate the
and
money?
my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence.
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
Call her victim every single time.
Yeah, push that
Testified
button,
under
baby.
oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
No.
Donating and pledging are
Ms.
different things.
This is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
Just keep letting her lie like
when
this.
you say
It's
you buy a
perfect.
house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully.
You
You
do.
pay
I'm not
over
asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
All right. Next question, please.
No, you actually pay for the entire house at one time. That's how
That
you buy a
statement
house.
isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You
could have
had all
fulfilled
of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct,
I
Ms. Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
But it's true.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
No, make her answer. That's not an answer. She can clarify her context on the redirect.
Can they draw the shades in the courtroom?
All right.
The
Yes,
lawyer has to stand there with the sun blaring in your face like that? That would be really
Thank you.
annoying. Look at where the
Ms.
sun
Vasquez,
falls
do you
when
want me
she.
to close the shades?
Oh, she looks like an angel.
There's this light coming across. And
So I appreciate that.
Has to be a
It's
little
probably good
uncomfortable.
light.
Let me get a
you.
diffuser and redirect it behind me so I look like I have a halo.
Give her a pair of those pixelated shades.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4.
Please say she said I paid. That'd
It
be even
says-
funnier.
Quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Hey, can I
Money
pledge
that
$10
was
million
donated
to a charity with tax
you and
deduction?
HLA in your name came from someone else.
Yep.
Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, most
Well,
of the money
at
you
least
donated.
$500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Honor.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
Well, your pledge is meaningless.
And at least
You haven't paid it.
$500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
Elon knows how to
And
pay
it
a
didn't
bitch to
come out
go
of the
away.
$7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came
The
from your
obligation you've
boyfriend,
never met.
Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I think this if Your Honor's
Okay,
fine.
you said
This is a good
this is
stopping
breaking point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
This testimony about that money is, I mean, I don't know. To me, it makes her look very bad. Because every juror there, these jurors are not multimillionaires who are going, well, I pledged $7 million, therefore my $7 million
Again, Ms.
will
Hurd,
get
since you're
paid.
still on the witness stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? All right, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
See, there it was again.
Yeah.
Don't discuss it with anybody to include your attorneys.
But you know, the Amber Heard supporting Karens are going to be like, no, that she's telling the truth. That those things mean the same thing. Pledge, donate. What's the difference? She would have paid it.
I don't think there's that many of them. Oh, there's the gallery waiting for Johnny Depp to wave,
they're
and all waving back.
How funny.
God, must be lonely in that courtroom for Amber Heard. It must be lonely.
So all those women are there for Johnny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like Rob, the Law and Lumber guy, he testified. He earlier spoke about how there may be like one row of them. Oh wait, there's the law tube crew there in the back. Oh no. I think they were going to go try and say hello to the counsel or something. It looked like they were angling to get towards the front, but Nick called DUI guy. They all have the invite. So if they want to pop out and pop in the stream, Runkle has it, Law and Lumber has it, and DUI guy. Any of them can pop in. We'll see. They may be exhausted. They probably want to go take a 4.5 hour nap before they have to go back for the next day.
They'd be pretty entertaining if they popped on though.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really curious what their perceptions of that cross were. What did you think of the cross?
I mean, it was fine. I mean, she did a good job. I would have used, alleged, claimed, purported a lot more. Yeah. Because if you just repeat it without that conditional term, it makes it sound like you're reaffirming that it actually happened.
Yeah, I can see that. Whoa, that was a weird sound. I don't know what that was. Oh, that was probably on the courtroom feed. Never mind. I can see that. What do you think about the charity thing? I mean, do you think it looks good, looks bad?
I'd like to see a different way for them to drive home that pledge and donate are not the same things, that it's deceptive to, I mean, when you make a pledge, the money's still in your bank.
Yeah.
It's your money. Once you've donated, it's their money. That's a pretty substantive difference.
And importantly, she's drawing interest off of this. There actually is a way to pledge money to a charity and have it pay over time, but paid out immediately. That's the thing. And we've had testimony about how that's done through these donor funds like Elon Musk used. He has a preset amount of tax exempt funds that he has pledged to charity, and those funds will pay out only to recognized 501c3s or 501c4s or however they're set up for tax deductible donations. So he can make the pledge and make the payment. It can sit in a fund and then it can go out over time. There's uses for this too, because what she could do is, instead of giving $7 million to the ACLU, she can make a 10-year pledge of giving $700,000 a year, but actually probably come out with an 11th payment of another $500,000 or so on tax or on interest-bearing amounts. Like, you can give extra money if you do it over time, and then that is a way to benefit it. Or she could have put it all into like a single payment, annuity or something like that, but that's getting off into the weeds.
But any of that. So she could have said, yeah, I'm going to give $7 million, but 10% a year over 10 years. She could have said that if that was the plan, but that's not what she's saying.
Exactly. And the reason, I think Camille's 100% right. The reason is you didn't actually intend to make the payment, or you didn't intend to make all the payment, or you intended to reap the benefit of having $7 million in your bank account for several years while you slowly made payments. Either way, I mean, the amount, we have no pledge schedule. The only pledge schedule that's even been entered into evidence wasn't signed by anybody. So Amber Heard didn't actually agree to the payment pledge schedule. She didn't make payments on a schedule. So right now she's just at leisure to have the $7 million ad infinitum and then go ahead and pay at whatever time is convenient, all the while earning quite a bit of money in interest. I mean, most of us would love the paycheck of a $7 million. I mean, just think, if you get 3% interest on this thing, you're getting $2.1 million a year. I think. No, $210,000 a year. My bad. Sorry.
Which is deflating down to $10 under Biden. Yeah.
$210,000 a year will buy you a sandwich tomorrow. But not by Wednesday. But the entire thing, this is how money works. And 3% obviously being very conservative. If she put it into some other investments, she could make quite a bit of money. But that being said, it bothers me. I think I agree with you though. I would like to see some other angle of attack on it and just say pledging and donating are two different things. Pledging and paying are two different things. But she's stuck on the language of donated, which she said, and Amber's going to stubbornly say forever that donating and pledging are the same.
Yeah, and I would hammer that whole victim button to death. I would beat that with a sledgehammer because obviously she hates it. Amber hates it. But everything she's actually doing is to portray herself as a victim.
Right. Yeah, that's the key. Man. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow. More cross.
Yep, I'd hammer that victim. I'd hammer purported, alleged, put a little sneer in there.
Yeah. And I do like Camille is not letting her, I mean, she's not letting Amber control the flow of testimony. When Amber fired back a question, Camille just waited patiently. She didn't answer. She just waited for Amber to finish. And it almost said, like, the silence after that question back, she said, would you, or something like that, or who would? And she just waited. And that wait was almost like a fuck you.
Yeah.
And then she went on with her questioning. She didn't acknowledge it because there was nothing to acknowledge. But yeah. So I'm very excited to see the rest of Cross. I have a bunch of chats to read, of course. We've got a couple here. Lazy Bastard says, I'm so glad I made it back to watch her go full retard. Mechanical Fluss says, if only we had Judge Borowski, that would have been epic. She's so full of it and herself. I hope the jury can see through the clear semantic garbage she's playing. All you need to do is pledge to the IRS. There you go. Now, when you donate money to the IRS, do you pledge it or do you actually write a check? I'm sorry, I've never paid my taxes. No, maybe that is an interesting question. Have you ever made any other donations in your entire life, Miss Heard? They should have asked for that on Discovery. Produce any records of donations made to any charitable any charity in the past 10 years.
Right. You got to add that condition there. She made a stool donation, but that was not a 501c3 mattress.
Yeah. So very, very interesting stuff here. Okay. Let me go back to this. Someone in the chat asked earlier, are you still offering your Law of Self-Defense book for free on the website?
I am. lawofselfdefense.com/free book. And we're doing one of our free Law of Self-Defense hard to convict webinars this Wednesday. For those who are interested, it would unfortunately interfere with, well, maybe not. It depends on when they go on break. It's at noon Mountain Time. And we have, to not interfere with the trial proceedings, we have one of our rare Law of Self-Defense full day advanced courses on Saturday. And people can learn about the course at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
Let's see. Good old Arky Gal says, you missed how important that was. She said, were you afraid? Yes, very, but you didn't let the fear stop sending the pic. Why would I? She's never been abused. Yeah, that could be. That could be. She could have maybe pressed on that a little more. I really wanted to see that picture of the cocaine table there's a series of photos of that table in different states of preparation to do cocaine. That Amber Heard took all of them, and they introduced that one and they changed the lighting. She changes angles. There's different stuff on the table in different spots, and that is where I really would have liked to see some more pushing on that. Maybe she'll bring it up tomorrow. We'll see. There's no reason that they can't go back to it, but since they did that topic, I think they might not. Matthew Self says, I love the snarky half chuckles Camille gives in response to Amber. It's got to be interesting to the jury to hear that in her response. Also, Camille's looking quite lovely in that skirt suit. Big happy face. I'm sure Amber Heard is hating that powerful woman. Well, yeah, if Amber Heard truly is histrionic and borderline personality, anyone of competing attractiveness will drive her insane. And Camille is certainly of competing attractiveness and in a position of power over her for the purposes of questioning that will make her, that will drive her nuts. And I think you're right. I think they got to hammer on that victim thing. The way she tuned up immediately when she said, I have never sold myself as a victim. It's like, you're literally talking about being a victim of domestic violence in your Washington Post article. You never were a victim until you wrote an article about it. Like, until you went and got a domestic violence restraining order. Like, not saying that victims should not do that or whatever, but if you're not a victim, how can you claim to not be a victim, but to employ all the methods that victims would use to get protection and attention? It doesn't make any sense. That does not jive. So,
by the way, I gave out the wrong link there for our Saturday course, Law Self-Defense Advanced course. I have the correct link under my pretty little picture there now. lawofselfdefense.com/live online for those who are interested in a full day course on the law of self-defense on Saturday. Great fun.
Are there any big self-defense trials coming up that you know of?
Not on my immediate radar, but sometimes these things kind of fly under the radar because they're local, and then they pop up as a trial gets within a couple weeks.
Yeah. Someone was asking me what I do on my show, and I was like, well, right now I do Johnny Depp coverage, but I really enjoy doing the self-defense cases. I find them to be very an interesting point of law that is, state by state, but it's pretty technical. And so you get kind of into what can they put out there? What can they prove? And so I can't wait for the next big self-defense case. I think that'll be exciting. Okay. All right. So wait, no, that's the wrong, shoot. I got the wrong date. Huh? Hold on. I got to get the right date here. It's the 16th. Why does it say May 15th on all those? Why does YouTube say May 15th? Oh my gosh. What a disaster. Okay. That doesn't make any sense at all. The YouTube super chat window has all of these from May 15th. Okay. All right, here we are. I'm going to read through a bunch of super chats, by the way. If you have to go at any time, please feel free to. Black Tiger 001, art imitates life. Rewatched Aquaman recently. In the entire movie, Heard's character was the most dangerous when she was surrounded by wine. Dark Van 28 says, if you look at this, could be a defense version of Star Trek Kobayashi Maru test. Could be. Dark Loose G, thanks for all you do, Nikki. It's been almost unbearable to listen to Kim Jong Turd. The commentary really helps to get through it all. Also, Legio Palladus Moore walks. We are Palladus Moore. We are the pride of death. There you go. Very cool. Knight of Knee says Amber is the shit. Jacob Sims, someone got more than an hour of sleep. Only barely, only about 4. Alexandria, but again, I woke up at like 1:30 yesterday, so it took me a while to get to bed last night. Alexandra Haitala, good morning. I'm so excited to listen with you today. I'm excited to listen to Mitch Kraft. Do you think they will still get away with what, if any, this week? What, if any, the judge has already established as basically a free pass on leading questions. The judge isn't going to suddenly start changing her mind on those. It would look weird. It would look inconsistent. It might look prejudicial. So if what, if any, has been flying for both sides, which it has, it's going to continue flying. I just think it's annoying to me. Seize the day says freedom needed in California. We lost it. Honk, honk, honk. Amazing Wireless 2. Judge is back. Nicholas Cruiser. The culprit was very much a pebcac. Okay. Shake from Hunger Team says, I thought you were the guy who sharded on stream. I couldn't tell the difference. You both look alike. Yes, that was me. Meat Sack says Amber's story had so many potential witnesses, but almost none testifying for her. Anyway, Johnny Depp's team can highlight that, or is that a legal no-no? I mean, they're doing it right now in a different way with the evidence. Oh, you had your chance to bring these pictures. You didn't bring the pictures. Why didn't they're not asking why you didn't bring the picture, because let the jury ask why they didn't bring the picture. But they clearly didn't bring pictures that they could have brought that allegedly show her broken nose and black eyes. Instead, they presented what they presented. There should be a reason for that. HP says Ian said they needed to be behind Amber to see the jury. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, it's not like a wedding. I mean, it's not like one party and their supporters have to sit on one side and the other party on the other. That would be funny though, but they'd only let 50 people into the courtroom at that point instead of 100. Amazing Wireless 2 says she's a floozy. John Doe, can the law tubers in court describe the jury? We did get to that in the when Law and Lumber joined earlier. E equals McGee or McG says Amber Heard out here looking like Dr. Evil. I liked her outfit today. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's the best outfit she's put on during this trial. She didn't look like The Handmaid's Tale. She didn't look like a kid, like a 15-year-old boy in dad's suit. It looked like a suit that was cut for her. It's got a skirt. It's feminine without being sexy. I think it's a better look than she's had the whole time. We'll see. Hopefully she does better tomorrow. I know I know 90% of you hated it, and that's fine. Amazing Wireless 2, the lawyers in the court report that the jury are all N-words. Oh my God. I don't think that's true. TLJ Screwjob. Hey, Nick, been watching every day. Got note 15 late. Oh, notification. Yeah. I'm getting hammered down today, guys. Jason of the Great Awakening. Why does Amber always dress and do her hair like a prison guard? No idea. BN read that one. Oh, well, no, it says what is in her water. It's clearly not just water. I think I missed these earlier. Ray Marshall, she dropped a pic this weekend that the metadata was from 2012. Her PR team used it to change the narrative so the date questions are to cover for it. Okay, got that one. Alex K. Mommy Vasquez, DCV Titan, let's get ready to bullshit. Larry, let her answer the question. Let her lie some more. Crusaders viewing. Miss Heard, how did you wipe after the dookie? The sheet or the pillowcase, if any wiping? Disgusting. Julius Caesar 100 BC. Why does she always look at the jury when talking? She's trying to make a connection. Lots of people will do this on the stand. It's a tactic, right? You look at someone and you try and make a connection between your words and them. If you can make eye contact, or even if you can feign eye contact by looking slightly above the person or slightly below their eyes, anything you can do to get that illusion of eye contact makes you seem more trustworthy in many scenarios. So you'll find a lot of witnesses, especially professional witnesses, doing that. They'll turn to the jury and answer the question. It gets really awkward in the Rittenhouse trial when I think it was Gage Groskowitz was like, yes, no, yes. Those are weird. You got to be a little bit more natural. It's why you should be at like a 45-degree angle to the jury, in my opinion. Hey, what's up, Nate?
Pledge donate thing. She could have. Oh, hey, Nate. She could have offset that when they were on that Dutch interview and just said, Well, I was using the terms interchangeably there. That's what I meant in that context, and that would have derailed that whole line of questioning.
A quick question. Make sure my audio's all right, because everybody's been saying it's too loud. Loud?
You're a little low.
to
Let me
All right.
turn you up.
No, I got it with my mic, McCain. You got it?
No,
better?
I got you, because you were turned way down StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
I got you turned up now.
All right. First, I gotta say, that was a surgical, precise cross-examination. Textbook. Controlled the witness, did everything. And Amber Heard couldn't resist fighting on the charity stuff. She didn't fight any of the other stuff.
Yeah.
But she fought the charity. I don't know why.
Well, because it makes her look really like this is her lie, right? Like lied under oath, lied in public. I mean, I agree, Andrew. She could have derailed the questions about the interview, but her UK testimony under oath. I mean, you can't. Well, I was using the terms interchangeably. Oh, okay. So you told a court that you donated the money in the past tense, but the money's still in your bank account in the present tense. Maybe they should just say that.
I think it's even bigger than that, though, Nick, to be honest with you, because it wasn't because Vasquez, she played the timeline so perfectly. Because remember, the timeline was I didn't donate the money because I was being sued by Johnny. Well, 13 months before, that's when you got your final payment, right?
Yeah,
a year before. So that killed that argument. Then it was kind of like we have no excuse. So the only thing she could come up with in that moment was donated, and this was the same. But she didn't really understand it. She had already killed her underlying reason for not donating the money. So now it's kind of like, what do you do? And I think she just got trapped up in that. And Camille did a fantastic job with just keep hammering her. And again, like it's to say, the wannabe lawyers in the chat understand that if you're doing a cross-examination of a hostile witness like this, you have to control the witness. And Camille did it perfectly. Even she was even controlling a lane at some point in the trial, which is fantastic. And only leading questions. I was concerned that we were talking up this cross-examination too much, to giving it too much, like, it's going to happen, it's going to be big. But my God, did she pay off though? She paid off in spades. My God.
I think she's doing a very good job, and I'm really curious to see how they go tomorrow. Again, I don't want to sit on this charity thing forever, but it's really bothering me. One, because it's fresh, and two, because it's such a bad look for Amber Heard. But not only did she receive all of the money by the time that she made the statement, she hadn't donated hardly any of the money that she had been receiving, and she could have very easily donated over time as the money came in. Because remember, she wanted nothing from it, and it's all post-tax funds. So it could go right into her bank account, right to ACLU with her name on it, and right to Children's Hospital with her name on it. And the fact that it just never did is bad news. Very bad news. Plus, she's made a couple $1 million since all of this happened. I mean, she testified that in Aquaman 1, she made $1 million. Aquaman 2, $2 million. Which I know she's trying to say that Aquaman 2 hasn't released, but I imagine she's been paid for it already. Because I think it's already filmed and just in post. But anyway, so I mean, go ahead.
It is. No, it is. Because that was the issue. They were cutting her out of so many pieces because they wanted to cut her up, but she already filmed and signed. So there's like, we got to pay her anyway. So we'll just cut all these scenes out. And she even gave a spoiler for Aquaman 2. Remember the fight scene that she was in, but now she's out. So
yeah, the fight that doesn't happen because no one. And again, I know she's making it about the Johnny Depp thing. The reality is no one cares about her character because it's not really that important.
No, but
Aquaman story.
But she said that they were going to make her Aquaman because the plan was to feminize that. So it would be the just like the MCU, how Thor is now. So they were going to make Aquaman, the Aquawoman. So yeah.
Can someone get some wire cutters and clip the ligaments and tendons of everybody who wants to do that in these movies? Like, what are you doing? Like, just go in and just snip right in the elbow joint, right in the underarm. Like, stop it, because you're going to kill every franchise that you've got that makes any money. The only reason Aquaman makes money is because Jason Momoa is in it. He's popular. He's hunky, so he brings in the ladies. Like, this is what's making Aquaman millions of dollars, not the quality of the DC extended universe, which is garbage as is.
Garbage.
And it's certainly not Amber Heard bringing in the bacon.
Yeah, that's amen to that, brother.
So I'm just reading through super chats here. Let's see what we've got next. Lightgiver says, did you catch Amber say the abuse started as early as 2011? He didn't break up with Vanessa until June 2012. I didn't catch the 2011 thing. I did catch that they had to redo the entire timeline because they got caught over the weekend. Well, or over the week, they made some public releases, which I don't see. I haven't seen the court order, but I do not see how having these PR firms for both teams are not violative of not speaking to the media or speaking on social media. It's like, well, I just got my PR team to do it. Come on now.
Well, to be honest, to be fair, I think Amber's got to fire her new PR team because the mistake they made over the week was horrible. So for those of you with the TMZ photo, they released the TMZ photo. This is the photo that Johnny Depp's team doesn't win in court, and the TMZ looked at the metadata and was like, "Yo, this was a year before you said abuse first started." So that's why at trial today, she had to clear, I made a mistake. It was actually started in 2012, but I misspoke in the trial and the oath and all the other times. It was actually 2012, not 2013. So even now, her timeline has been moved back another year. It's insane. It's like, believe me, because all these inconsistencies.
Yeah, and they just need to keep highlighting any inconsistencies that they find all over the place. Her testimony hasn't been the same year to year, trial to trial, deposition to deposition. So, and it's not the same today. And of course, like the whole, and they'll probably get to this when we get to Australia, but the whole like bottle rape thing doesn't show up until this thing. And again, well, I was really trying to keep the sexual abuse stuff down. It's like, again, none of this makes any sense because you weren't hiding domestic abuse. You weren't hiding any of the abuse that was going on. You like, I was trying to protect Johnny. How? By getting a restraining order? Again, that doesn't make any sense. You could have just gone and filed for divorce with no restraining order. That would have potentially protected him. But oh man, can somebody please slap the lawyer who told Johnny Depp to make that to agree to the statement that she did not lie for financial gain or whatever? Oh my God.
But as bad as that was, you got to give the legal team now credit to get over that. And the way they got over that with that charity thing, right? There was obvious financial gain. So even though we said it, let me lay it out to show you what's financial gain. Beautiful way to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, Camille needs to ask her. So right now, today, as you're testifying here before this jury under oath, all that money's in your bank account, right?
Yeah. How much of that money is still in your bank account right now? Well, no, you look at the amount that's not there, right? Or because there is some purported donated amount. So then you say the 7 million minus that much is sitting in your bank account, correct? And if she says no, then you go, oh, well, that's interesting. What'd you do with it? Well, I had to pay my lawyers. Oh, so you did want something. You wanted financial gain. Just let her go. And that whole, like, I wanted to pay my lawyers thing, or I had to pay my lawyers because Johnny sued me. Like you said, Nate, you had 13 months, a year of time that you didn't act. Yeah. K-Dub Smile says, shocked to see TikToks. Okay. I don't know what that means. Karen Mason, Amber is wearing that North Korea suit today.
We called it the Kim Jong-un.
I like the suit. I don't care. I think it's the best outfit she's worn so far.
It's 1984. It's 1984.
It's not saying a ton, but it's better than The Handmaid's Tale, man.
1984 would have been red leather.
That's true.
K-Dub Smile says she's still using her face with weird looks, so they didn't coach her to not use her step on a bee face. She just can't. She can't get sad, so she makes mad faces. She looks like Miley Cyrus trying to hit a note to me every time she does the like thing, and I think like, yeah, she can't get sad. She can't, for the life of her today, she couldn't make a tear happen. You're muted.
She gave it the old college try. She tried though. She was trying. She just couldn't. You can squeeze one out, but she squeezed one out and got me my $50. So I got to give her some credit. The last day, but if I was hoping for the day, it wasn't going to happen.
Yep. Stocky Pixel says, to be honest, I've stalked Amber Heard and Wanda Maximoff for years. Oh, Lurkmore. Camille already had Amber Heard's Jimmy's wrestle within the first 5 minutes. This is going to be good. Yeah, she did. T. Odom, rebooted Amber is creepy, like a Stepford wife. Skotsky, Amber getting eviscerated on Cross. I've been looking forward to this. These were earlier in the show, though. Night of Knee, you posed with a tissue while on the stand. Yeah, that one still bothers me. She does the shutter sound and then pulls it down.
I saw your clip on that. I was like, yeah, he's right. She's totally making it up.
Yeah. Matthew Perkins, can we just fast forward to the Cross? Ugh, blind press. What do you think, Nate? I would have drugged this testimony, the direct, out through the day.
Yes, I'm not. But all right, tactically speaking, it's a toss-up, right? An hour and a half less. It's 3:30. You know we're out of here at 5. How much damage can you really get, right? It's
quite
like
a bit as it happens.
And on top of that, if you guys notice how her and this sometimes with witnesses who are not really great witnesses, their emotional range changes so dramatically between Cross and direct, and you're like, something's just off, because she was all emotional, crying, all that, and on direct, she's just a statue, very ice queen. Now you expect that because you expect a little bit, but it's just such a change where it's no emotion, no nothing, right? She was really clean, and then, from what I'm looking at, I don't want to say anything poor about the attorneys. I want to make sure that I'm not accusing them of anything, but it's obvious that she came in today answering questions about what we've been hearing over the past 10 days. The timeline being she was directly answering the Twitter stuff and everything.
You don't have to say it. I'll say it. 100%. She consulted with her attorneys over the week. I said it going into the week. Of course, I actually question the validity of the order. I don't know that a judge can actually prevent a party witness from conferring with their own attorneys during the pendency of trial. Like, to me, I don't know how you get around the enforcement of that, but she definitely did. They came in and the questions were bordering on leading throughout the opening today. It's like, well, you actually said the wrong date, didn't you? And actually, it was earlier, wasn't it? Can you tell us about how it was earlier and why you were so wrong last week when you were testifying under oath? All these details you definitely remembered, but now you realize that they're all wrong. Yeah, they clearly conferred. And I think most of today was all coached and done in preparation over, they were watching hundreds probably of videos of criticisms and stuff like that.
But the one thing though is that if you look at her, the way she was answering questions on Cross, they told her, and I'm assuming they did tell her, don't fight anything. We know this is bad. We know it's going to come out. Just answer the question. And she was doing that. Yes, no, yes, I don't believe so. Yes, like she was very, very cold. But when it came to this piece about the charity, that's when it cracked her. And to be honest with you, I would have just answered it. No, yes, it's a complicated thing, but no. And it could have been on. I would have answered it like Andrew just said. But the problem is that's when she started fighting. And for those of you who, if you ever are in court, don't fight the cross-examiner. Let your attorneys, or have faith in your attorneys, will bring you back on redirect and clean all that stuff up. Just answer the questions. And that's why she got caught at the end, because she wanted to fight. This whole difference between donating and promise pledge. Nobody on the planet Earth, just imagine your boss said, well, I'm pledged to pay you your salary, but I'm not giving you the money. We know the difference between pledging to do something and giving you the money, right?
When you sign a contract with the company, are you paid by the company at the time you sign the contract, or are you paid when the check clears? Like that's beautiful. There you go.
That's beautiful. That's it right there. You're right. You're right.
Because I know you may not know a lot about donations, Miss Heard, unless it's with other people's money. However, you do know about getting paid by studios, and you know that you're not paid until that check actually clears, right? I mean, despite what the contract says, if something happens to the company and all their money goes away, you could never get paid. That's a risk of business, isn't it? That'd be the line to go down to really illustrate how this thing is. I wonder if they're going to pick up on this it seems like fertile ground still, so they may pick up on it tomorrow.
But she's going to be really, really in tuned on that though. So I think you might want to circle back to it after getting to something else, because there's so much here. There's so goddamn much that she can go after. Pardon. There's so much that she can go after. I just don't know.
Yeah,
no,
well,
I don't like using the Lord's name in vain. It bothers me when I do it, so that's why I'm apologizing.
It bothers me when I do it, and I do it all the time. So yeah, I get it. I get it. Allison S. Could Depp's team use a trial video of Heard picking her lip as a source of her busted lip, or is a video for trial not allowed for replay? No, anything that happens in that courtroom should really be a matter of record for the court. I mean, they can't deny the authenticity of it unless they can detect some sort of edit. But there's so many different videos of the court. It seems like they could authenticate anything they needed to, but I don't know that they're going to, because just because she picked her lip in court doesn't mean that she picked her lip on that particular day or anything like that. I think they did fine with the split lip. Like you have no one who's ever had a lip split or known anyone with a lip that is split will think that what that little blood spot or whatever it was anything even close. I mean, that could have been picked a chapped lip, and then you got a little bit of blood and you squeeze it out. I mean, it was nothing.
You know what I also like, when they had the picture of her with the mouth wide open and look at the camera there.
Yeah.
Like, does your face look like any bruises? No, it doesn't look like it's anything there.
Yeah, you got a split lip and you're taking close-up photos of you like this. Like, come on now. XSSFD 132. Did anyone see Amber, the IMDb hack of Amber's page with her name change? Amber Turd have screen grabs. Yes, someone hacked and changed her to Amber Turd. Good stuff. Blaster Brain, agree or disagree? The sand commonly found in the defendant's vagina could have compressed into glass and desensitized her to the pain. Oh my God.
This is cold. You guys are cold.
Texas State of Mind, as a 501c3 for 23 years, pledges do not always get paid. Of course not. Often, once the height of doing good passes, the person changes the high of doing good passes. The person changes their mind. Pledges don't pay bills or save lives. She used it as a look. She used it to look like a saint. And most pledges are not enforceable.
Yes, they're gifts.
Right. There is a theory of promissory estoppel. If you say, I will pledge you this amount of money at this particular time to do this particular thing.
And there has to be some reliance.
Yeah. And they rely. The other pledges that are enforceable, like for me, when Lady Rackets and I were just down at a charity thing and we bought a guitar signed by Kevin Costner. I forgot, because I meant to do it the next day. I had a credit card on file, but they didn't want, if you could pay by cash or check, you save them 3% for the charity. So I was like, oh, I'll bring a check in the next day. Well, I got sidetracked, forgot to bring the check in, and then I got on a plane and left the state, and I had the guitar. That would be an enforceable thing. They gave me something at that point. Thankfully, we got it all worked out. I was like, oh my God, I'm so
you
sorry.
left the state with Kevin Costner's guitar.
It's like, I'm home free. But it was like
Kevin Costner shows up in that goofy Waterworld outfit at your front door.
Right. It's like, no, you've got gills. Stay away, mutant. But that's one, that's a type of pledge that I had made that could have been enforced by the charity if they wanted to. They've given me something of value, or they act in reliance on the thing. ACLU and Children's, there's no evidence of any sort of reliance there. The closest thing they presented was that ACLU payment schedule that was unsigned. So again, like right now, Amber Heard's pledge to the ACLU is completely it's an illusory contract. There's no agreement there. It's just her saying, I'll do this. Now, she said it under oath, but if she never pays it, 100 years from now, she never pays it, and she's somehow still alive because she's a vampire or whatever, they can't go after her for that money just because she said it under oath. I mean, you could try and go after her for a perjury, but you can't extract the money from her. Catherine Smith, Rackets, now that you're a midget dog owner, we need your expertise. A little dog poo, because hashtag boo did not poo. YouTube won't let me spell little word. Yeah, no, as a owner of a person with, I think, about an 8-pound dog, there is no way what was left on that bed came out of a teacup Yorkie. It is not possible. It'd be their entire body being dumped out of their anus onto the bed. There's no way. Roby McCann, tell Branca, awesome, hard to convict webinar. As far as there you go, buddy.
Thank you.
As far as Miss Heard Turd goes, quote, I'm a big believer in if you don't want people in your business, don't invite them to the meeting. That op-ed was a very big meeting. Yeah.
Amen to that. And with that, it's 6 o'clock here. Let me go get my kids fed. But listen, guys, I'll definitely be back tomorrow because tomorrow's going to be explosive. My God.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll make sure you have a link.
Take care, guys.
Take care, Nate.
And guys, just as an FYI, I'm going to do about 30 more minutes of super chats, and then I'll probably have to cut them off and finish them tonight because you guys have been very, very generous, and I appreciate it. I want to make sure I get to all of them, but with time restraints and how heavy this trial is, I do need a little bit of time between streams to have some dinner with the family and maybe catch a few winks of sleep. But I will be back tonight at 11 p.m. as always. And